Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Sunday, January 8th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We got the Detroit Lions versus the Green Bay Packers, the last game of the regular season. Live play-by-play and reactions with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Kickoff will be here in about 10 minutes or so. What a wild weekend of sports. A lot of teams resting starters, other teams that maybe should have rested some starters played. It's going to come down to the wire. Seattle ended up beating the Rams in overtime. Jason Myers had a little doink in the fourth quarter, got payback, got a chance to get the Rams back. So now Seattle is going to be pulling very heavily for Detroit, even though they eliminated them to be able to get into the playoffs. I would love to see Seattle in the playoffs, even over my own team in Tampa Bay, but we have to wait and see how this game plays out. And then if Green Bay wins, they are in. So a lot to play for in this very last game. Hope everyone is having a fantastic day. And like I said, sooner than later, we're going to blink our eyes and we're going to be already into the wild card next week. But before that, tomorrow, we got TCU and Georgia in the Natty, which would be very exciting as well. Hopefully, it ends up being a pretty good game. Sarah in the building, how are you? Hey, let's get to 100 and donos. Pretty sweet, right? I mean, like I said, you never know what's going to happen in a season, and this might be like the first time where I know it's really hard to be this bad, right? And it just be like, we suck, we're not getting any better, we're terrible, and then you win a game like against the Chiefs, and you actually look back in retrospect and you're like, how the hell did we win that game against maybe the team that's going to win the Super Bowl? But everyone knows anybody can beat anyone on any given Sunday, Monday, or Thursday. But regardless if you have number 4 or 5, the reality of CJ Stroud, if that's the route that they want to go, Bryce Young, if he ends up going ahead of him, or either one, Bryce Young or CJ Stroud, I think that would be a good fit, unless they feel an offensive lineman or a defensive player is just like a Hall of Fame lock or Pro Bowl lock. I'm not really sure how many of those we're going to have in the first 10 picks. Some end up being Hall of Famers, some end up being all pros, and some end up being busts. So we'll have to kind of wait and see, but here we go. And let's go over some of the scores, and I got some good pictures here as well. Let's go and start off at the very top of the ticker. Falcons 30, my Buccaneers 17. No surprise. Not a lot of the starters played. Congratulations to Shep and the Falcons for beating me in the season finale. But we rested our guys. We're in the playoffs. Looks like we're going to be playing Dallas. We do have a chance to beat Dallas. I imagine the Cowboys don't want anything to do with Tampa Bay. Let's be honest. You know what I mean? Because when we play each other, the games end up being very, very close, right? And sometimes Tampa wins. So I know the Cowboys, if they play on turf or they play on grass, it's a completely different vibe. So we'll have to kind of wait and see. But even though we know the Cowboys are right there with the Niners and Eagles as the 3 best teams, Tampa, and I know my team's not very good this year, right? Tampa does have a shot. I'm not stupid. I've watched Dallas this year. I've watched Tampa this year. Dallas is by far the more well-rounded team. But when it comes to the playoffs, if we can get a couple guys healthy, even though we don't have Gronk, we'll see what happens. And I know, and then obviously the Texans won right there at the end. Now Chicago, and they're not going to go with a quarterback because they already got Justin Fields. So we'll have to kind of see what happens. And you might be able to get the guy that you want, because not every pick in the first 3 or 4 is going to go quarterback. You got to think probably 2 out of the first 4 picks are going to go quarterback, but not every single team is going to be looking, especially Chicago. Texans and Colts definitely will be looking at a quarterback either in that first pick or the second pick if they decide that there's someone they think is maybe more of a franchise guy. Falcons 30, Buccaneers 17, Bills 35, Patriots 23. Pretty crazy that they kicked off, right? And they ran back the opening kickoff for a tutty. And it's been 3 years and 3 months, and DeMar's number is number 3. Sometimes the sports gods are listening, and sometimes we want something so bad that we can taste it, but sometimes the sports gods have a little bit of assistance, with some special plays like that. Shout out to DeMar. I know he's selling some new T-shirts, obviously for charity and whatnot, and I hope he continues to get better and better and better. Final score, Bills 35, Patriots 23, Vikings 29, Bears 13, Bengals 27, Ravens 16, but they don't even got Lamar. So the Ravens, I'm not really sure. They kind of just scraggled their way into the playoffs before Lamar got hurt. And then they just started on a downward trend. Ravens aren't winning their playoff game. That's for damn sure. Then you got Texans 32, Colts 31. I'm not really sure if the Texans really wanted to win that particular game, but if the Bears have the first pick and the Texans have the second, they know the Bears aren't going to go quarterback first pick, so it doesn't really matter. So it just sucks for like someone like Bryce Young or someone like CJ Stroud, where you can't be the first pick in the draft because now Chicago has that top spot, as Sarah said. Dolphins 11, Jets 6, Panthers 10, Saints 7, ugly. We got Steelers 28, Browns 14, Broncos 31, Chargers 28, Eagles 22, Giants 16, Niners 38, Cardinals 13, Seahawks in OT 19-16, Commanders 26, Cowboys 6, and then we saw the Chiefs and Raiders, which I did yesterday, 31-13, Kansas City, and then the Jags making the playoffs 20-16 over the Titans. And it's crazy. Every single year, we always got teams that go worst to first, third to second, and you just never know really what's going to happen in the playoff push. And if you actually look at the playoff standings, there's a lot of teams in there that we thought there's no way in hell they're going to be in the playoffs. And that's what makes the NFL the best league out of the four sports, NFL, NBA, MLB, and NHL. There's just so much parity and the balance. And, between the good teams, the great teams, and the bad teams, it's not as big as in the other leagues. Like NBA, top heavy. NHL, top heavy. MLB, top heavy. We already know it's like the Dodgers and Yankees and Braves and Phillies and Cardinals. You already know who the greats are. But in football, throw that all out the window. And that is big facts. Let's get into some photos here. All right, let's get this going here. So one sec. Let's take down the NWSF logo. We got a little NWSF there. We got Goff. We got Rodgers. And prayers up for DeMar. What an amazing story. And like I said, to be able to, get that opening kickoff, pretty fucking amazing. I see you, DeMar. What's good? All right, let's go with the lineup starting at quarterback for the Detroit Lions. And let's get that NWSF back up here. We got to make sure we have the branding correct. We got Jared Goff leading the Goffense. And, Jared Goff is a lot better than people think. I would take him in Tampa. Yeah, I know he's not the best quarterback in the league. He's been pretty money since week 10. He needs good coaching and he needs people supporting cast around him. But like with guys like him and Jameis Winston and a lot of guys that are kind of in the middle, of the league, Trevor Lawrence is in that same category, even though we see him trending upwards. There's a lot of quarterbacks, Carr, Tannehill, Kirk Cousins, Jared Goff, Jameis Winston, Trevor Lawrence. There's a lot of guys kind of bundled and bunched up, somewhere between 11 and 20. And that's where Jared Goff is. I like him. I think he's much better than people give him credit for. Yeah, he could be better sometimes in the fourth quarter. But I do think that he's pretty solid. Like, he's a former number one pick. Yeah, it didn't work out for him with the Rams. McVay gave up on him. But I honestly feel, if you put Jared Goff in a better situation, he could have a lot of success. Like if you put Goff on the Niners, do you really think that he would fail? Honestly, he wouldn't. But it all depends on coaching, supporting cast, and obviously he doesn't have the best supporting cast in Detroit, but he does have some pretty good weapons that I'm going to go over here that I really like. All right, Jared, I see you. And you know what? There might be a lot of haters out there, but in my eyes, I like you. I would take you on my team. I don't really think that you deserve all the hate just because, McVay gave up on you for Stafford to get the guaranteed or maybe more of a for sure Super Bowl run because Stafford has more experience and is better than you. You're not that far back, from Matthew Stafford, obviously at this point. And we know Stafford's at the end of his career. Jared Goff and the Goffense. Let's get it today. Then we got DeAndre Swift, running back. He's been hurt a little bit this year, but he's starting to get healthy at the right time, looking fresh and clean with the visor. And then one of my favorite players in the league overall, Jamal Williams. This guy might be the best personality in the NFL, hands down. He always does the best interviews. He's funny. He's witty. He knows things like Pokemon. He's very in tune with everything that's going on in the anime world, video game world. He just seems like a really cool, down-to-earth dude that you could actually hang out with outside of football. And I love this guy. I'm rooting for him. I hope he gets in the end zone once or twice tonight. Jamal, the former Packer, there will be some motivation because if the Lions feel, well, we're, out of the playoff hunt, right? Jamal will get them lit. Jamal will be like, listen, this is my fucking former team. Let's get this and ruin the Packers season. That's what they're going to try to do. And Jamal will be one of those leading forces trying to accomplish that feat. DJ Shark, I see you. Josh Reynolds, Amon-Ra St. Brown, another superstar in the making. And anyone thought that Amon-Ra wasn't going to be that good. Remember who's throwing the ball to Amon-Ra St. Brown 99% of the time. Amon-Ra is great, and I assume in fantasy he will be probably a top 10 pick going into next year based off his stats and his progression. He's been very, very good since his Pac-12 days, USC, and then now you're starting to see him blossom into being maybe the 7th, 8th, 9th, somewhere between 6 through 10 overall at wide receiver. He's fucking awesome. I love him. At tight end, we got Brock Wright. And, one of the top guys in the draft, not Trayvon Walker, but Aiden Hutchinson. Hopefully we get a few sack lunches today. At kicker, Michael Badgley. And let's bite some kneecaps, motherfuckers. Dan Campbell, let's go. And he already told the team, chances are we're not going to be in the playoffs, but we can still get respect. And if you remember, when the Green Bay Packers and Aaron Rodgers lost, right, he said, we lost to a team like this, and now Detroit actually has a chance to get in. And remember, early in the year, Holly Hundo, Sarah, myself, a lot of us were saying, what would be really crazy and cool is if the Lions and Jags both got into the playoffs. And this was early in the season, like in October, where it looked like, hell no, there's no way in hell it's going to happen. Sometimes if you talk things into the universe, crazy shit happens. And I'm excited to see this rivalry with Dan Campbell and Aaron Rodgers. Now for the Green Bay Packers, they look like they were completely out of the playoff hunt, but they started to get hot at the right time, right around Thanksgiving time in December. And now all they have to do is win, and you are in. And on top of that, if Green Bay does get into the playoffs, they're a team kind of like Tampa, where if you play them, you're probably not too excited because they're very hot and they're getting healthy at the right time. Bakhtiari is back. So if they have their guys up front and they can actually not necessarily play Packer football from the last 2 years, because we already know Rodgers isn't the same quarterback as he was, obviously with someone not there named Nathaniel Hackett, right? But we'll see if he can throw up a couple tutties today. Should be very exciting. Then we got Aaron Jones, one of the best running backs in the league, and his running mate, A.J. Dillon. We got Romeo Doubs, got a couple of him. Christian Watson, couple of him. Alan the Lazard, a couple of him. Big Bob Tonyan, Robert Tonyan. On defense, Jair Alexander, Rasul Douglas. At kicker, Mason Crosby. And at head coach, Matt LaFleur. Let's go, baby. 15 rushing TDs, most in the NFL, by Jamal Williams. Crazy. And he has a chance to beat Barry Sanders' record. I'm really rooting, for the Lions to be able to bring their A game today. I know most people probably, think that the Packers are going to win. They're going to win easily. We'll see. Obviously the Packers are going to be heavily favored. They're in Lambeau. You know what I mean? They're going to have all the momentum. I get it. You know what I mean? But I guess it just depends at this point. Do you want the Packers in the playoffs, or do you want Seattle in the playoffs? And I guess that's where your loyalty is going to lie. Yeah, if you hate the Packers, then obviously you're going to be going for the Lions and hoping the Seahawks can go. If you love the Packers, or you want to see that matchup there, then you're going to be rooting for Green Bay today. Let's go. Sarah in the building, what to do? Hey, let's get to 100 in donos. Let's get it. Matt Payton in the building, what to do? I won't lie. I'm going to be pulling for Detroit. I can't pull for Green Bay. I'm not going to root for Green Bay in anything in my life ever. It's never going to happen. I'm never going to root for Aaron. I'm never going to root for Green Bay. I can respect and like some of their players, but I will never root for that franchise ever, ever, ever. Let's go. The coach plays in the building. What to do? What's good, man? Awesome, dude. Appreciate you. All right, Finley in the building. What to do? What's good, man? Let's get it. All right, here we go. It's just too bad that Seattle has to kind of have help. I would have rather had Seattle get in over Tampa, but, it is what it is. That game got very chippy at the end with Jalen Ramsey, Geno, and DK. But we'll see where it goes. Mike in the building. How are you? Let's go, baby. Should be a good one. Let's get it, baby. Mike in the building. What to do? First down and 10. 8-8 Detroit, 8-8 Green Bay. Where the team has a chance. Watson with the end around. Good tackle. Short gain there from Christian Watson. But it's just crazy if you remember when we watched the, Jacksonville play the Titans yesterday, just to think that I know 9-8 isn't like a luxury. It's not like, oh my God, look at me. But I mean, fuck it. You'll take it. If there's 17 games and you go 9-8 and you get in, even if it's the last spot, you're going to fucking take that. It's not sexy, at the 10-win mark or 11 or 12 or 13, but fuck it. Sometimes you just got to take what the league is going to give you. And if you can get in, this is the best case scenario for you. You win and you get in. Hand off to Aaron Jones. First down, Packers. Move the chains. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that the Texans lost their spot, but it's not like the Bears are going to pick a quarterback. You know what I mean? Then that would have been really detrimental to Houston, winning that matchup against the Colts. But bottom line, it looks like, Bryce Young more than likely will be a Texan at number 2. Colts with the 4th pick will get CJ Stroud. It all depends what spot they feel that's most valuable for them. And now the number 1 pick might go that route. Christian Watson, first down, Packers. Okay, I see you. But I think unless something else comes up, they could definitely trade down to get accumulate picks because they need a lot of help on the O-line and the defense. But if they do go with Will, I don't think any Bear fan is going to complain. I'm okay, man. Like I said, I noticed when I don't have energy drinks or coffee throughout my day, I'm just extremely sleepy. Like throughout the day, I'm kind of groggy and stuff. So, it took me a little while. I spent all day with Paisley, play action fake. Rogers going long, going deep. Got a man, incomplete. Allen, the Lizard Lazard, was the intended receiver. Flag on the play. Looks like Green Bay is going to get on the board here in a second. Pass interference on the defense. But yeah, other than that, I try to, either take a shower or get some fresh air, usually get an energy drink, and then I'm usually good. But me and Paisley got a chance to spend all last night, all today. We even snugged together, watch a little Simpsons, watch football. And now she's just, waiting on the couch, waiting for me to get done. And then we'll probably go for a really late night walk. I've been doing walks around 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night. And usually it's just me and her out there and just me and my own thoughts, listening to some music and, just having that time away from everything. And it's just me and her. And it's fucking great, man. But other than that, I'm good, man. This is the last regular season game. Natty tomorrow. I know my video will get blocked, but fuck it. And we're going to have a good time. Hand off, Aaron Jones. Short game there. Who's everybody going for in today's game here? Are you guys all going for Green Bay? Anybody going for Detroit and rooting for Seattle to get in? Or anyone just looking to watch a good quality matchup in the NFC North? I guess it really just depends if you like certain teams or players or not. I have my reasons why I don't like Green Bay. Second down and goal. Yeah, I'm rooting for the Lions too. How are you doing, Mike? How are you and the grandkids, the fam, the pups? How's everything going out there? Second down and goal. Rodgers hands off to A.J. Dillon. Short game. And the Packers' overall roster is much better than Detroit's. But one thing I think that we failed to realize, Detroit's offensive line is one of the best in the NFL. Detroit's actual weapons that they have on offense, it kind of reminds me of the Jags a little bit. They got guys. You got DeAndre Swift. right? You got Jamal Williams. You got Shark, Reynolds, Amon-Ra. So, I mean, it's not like they don't have good weapons over there. They could use a better tight end than Brock Wright. I think we can all come to that conclusion. Rodgers, looking, avoids the sack lunge. Incomplete. Looks like they'll be going for a field goal. And they definitely need defensive help. Like, if you look on the defensive roster, it's pretty much Aiden Hutchinson, and that's it. So once they can build that side of the ball, you know that the Bears have a long ways to go. Lions got a long ways to go. But at some point, you will see the Lions and Bears slowly catch up to the Packers and Vikings. But it might take a while. But right now, the Lions are definitely far above and beyond the Bears, in my opinion. The Lions aren't that far behind Green Bay and Minnesota. They're really not. They just need better defensive players. All right, let's see what Crosby can do here. Crosby with the kick. And it's good. 3-0 Packers. Fuck the Packers. Got no love for them at all.
Hey, sweetie, I'm not seeing life jackets.
Well, you said you packed them.
All right, let's see what we end up getting here from Detroit on their end. 3-0 Green Bay. I don't know. Green Bay is, I don't know if it's just a product of some of the fan base and whatnot, but I don't know. They just seem kind of fake to me. You know what I mean? Like, some Green Bay fans are fucking great. I got some friends that are Green Bay fans, but some of them are fake as shit, dude. And I don't know. Just sometimes when I look at some of these guys, I don't know. You don't really seem like the most genuine guy. I can't really support you, dude. It's like you're going to be in the Hall of Fame. You're a great quarterback, but you as a person, you off the field, I can't support you. I can't support you, and I can't support you. Sorry, bud. Not happening. Not happening. I'd rather go for a blue collar, white collar, dirty, gritty, biting kneecaps kind of guy. I can definitely support someone like this. Someone that's more real and genuine. That's facts. We'll see what Jared Goff has in his back pocket. Yeah. Well, we already know Green Bay has a huge advantage over Detroit. Detroit's not at home. They're at Lambeau. They got everything momentum-wise riding in their favor. But I would love, nothing would make me happier than watching Detroit win by 3 and, spoiling Green Bay's season and then also being able to get Seattle in the playoffs. That's facts. Too bad Detroit can't win this game and get in, but, they needed to get a few more wins before they got to that point. Oh, really?
Serious car crash. They call for help. So, yeah. A few new things. Uber Eats orders are on time.
Hey, it happens. No. You know what I mean? Like, I'm a man of my word. When I say I'm going to do something, right? I do it. I don't lie. You know what I mean? It's just the bottom line how things go, and hey, if you represent, certain things, I cannot be down with that if you're a fucking liar. I just not about my life. So, there's definitely certain franchises that I got no love for, and Green Bay is definitely one of them. Never will support that franchise or their fan base ever. Plus, they like to talk a lot too. So, I think it's like one of those things like when when they collectively get with each other, I hear all the talk about what they say about all the other teams and the NFC. You know what I mean? I mean, sometimes you got to learn, that you can't be spoiled as a fan base either. Bart Starr, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers. I mean, these guys bitch and whine and complain and cry. It's like, dude, get the fuck over yourself. Like, you haven't even gone through a period of like 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 years of losing. You know what I mean? And then anytime you have a little bit of adversity, you act like the world is fucking ending. I don't know. I just can't deal with the whininess. You know what I mean? Like, some of us have gone through some long years of crap football. And then the one thing that I don't condone either is that when you go above and beyond to talk shit about the Vikings, the Lions, and the Bears, I get it. You guys are all in the rivalry in the division, but when you've been the top dog, there's no real reason, to go above and beyond and to talk shit, when it's not even necessary. It's one thing when you're playing each other, in the game, you know what I mean? And there's a rivalry there. But when it's just like both teams aren't even playing each other, and then you see people in the fan base just trying to put down the other three, like, and being in like not in just a normal shit talking way, but going a little above extra and being extra. I don't condone that shit, you know. Karma is real. Sports karma is real as well. 3-0 Green Bay. Shotgun set for Goff, 2nd down and 6 since week 10. 15 tutties, no picks for Goff. Pass incomplete. And they definitely need to get Amon-Ra St. Brown going early and often. Luis Fernando, my boy. $50 holla. Hello, this is Luis calling on behalf of Verizon. My boy, appreciate you, brother. Just grinding. Thank you so much. What a big, generous no-no, man. I know sometimes you do 10 and you do 20. I sent you a message on Snapchat thanking you for your support, you know, when you came through and dropped like 70. And again, Louise is real special to me because, like I said, you know, we both are real. We both are genuine. We both have worked together, you know, in the war room, you know, and anytime you do phone sales, that was an ugly pass there by Goff. And you kind of realize what you have to go in, like into war with other people. You know, if you're doing phone sales, customer service is one thing, but when you're doing phone sales and there's pressure that you're going to get fired, lose your job, you have to hit a number. You have to hit a number as a group. You got to motivate each other, you know, and just find ways to, you know, have fun, but not fuck off and still get the sales. And me and Louise always found a way to usually, you know, get along, get to our numbers. And the bottom line is, out of everyone that I've ever worked with in that company, there's always been some fucking shady fuckers that work there. Louise has never been shady. And I appreciate that about him. And I appreciate you, bro. $50 holla from my boy, Luis Fernando. Let's get it. He is bilingual. He is especial. Let's go. Lions punt to the Packers. Packers return from the 15-yard line. Sit the fuck down. Let's go. Oh, baby. Luis Fernando. I love you too, man. And that's what it's about, is just keeping it real and keeping it truthful. Because there was a lot of times I know that maybe me and Louise got talked to from the bosses because our numbers were lower than the liars, than the schemers. You know, these guys would just lie and scheme about pricing, you know, what the deal consisted of. And yeah, their numbers are on the board and boom, you look at their names up there. Ooh, 5 sales. Ooh, 3 sales. And here's me and Louise maybe sitting at 1. But at least we know that if we sold 1, it's going to get installed and they're going to be happy compared to maybe someone that's got 4 or 5. And who knows if even half of those are going to be installed or not, or canceled. So I appreciate you, man. And that's really what it comes down to. You find relationships in life, you know, and you'd find people of different race, different age, you know, and you find ways to bond with each other. But the problem is if you get together in phone sales, right, or if you're in doing face-to-face sales, a lot of these people, they're just schemers, you know what I mean? And then they lose touch with reality, which we've seen some of those people do, right, Louise? And what happens? They only care about money. They'll steal your leads out of your desk before you even get into work and try to sell it and act like they had the lead in their computer when they just essentially went in and robbed you and stole your shit. And that's happened to both of us before as well, you know, from different people. So it's just nice when you have people that you used to work with, right, that are still doing good and they're no longer in hell anymore. We don't have to deal with all that bullshit. And it feels good when you get the love and support. And again, Louise doesn't have to do any of this. And look at Louise. Louise is dropping the hammer. $50 holla from my former coworker. And the thing that makes this really special too is that, you know, I actually worked with Louise, right? And we're friends. And I don't usually get a lot of support from the people that I'm friends with. You know, I get some people that will lie and say, yeah, I watch you, or, I share your stuff. That's bullshit. I see all the stats and the analytics. But when you actually get someone that does this, that respects me, I respect him, and then he does something like this, it really is a very special moment. And I work really hard at my job. I know you guys know that I do. But when you end up getting support like that, then it really it makes it worth it, you know, because there's been times where I'll grind for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours and we're, you know, under 100, we're under 50, somewhere we're at like, you know, 20, 30 bucks. And I feel I'm not really getting my worth. But then there's also times where, you know, you don't know where you're going to be and you end up at, you know, 200, 500, 1,000, 1,300. So you got to take the good, the bad, and the ugly. But one thing that's not ugly is my boy, Luis Fernando. Hello, this is Luis calling on behalf of Verizon. My boy. $100, $50, $20. My boy, appreciate you. Let's go. Shep in the building. I'm good. Well, Luis Fernando came in and dropped the hammer. So, if we didn't have Cyberpunk come in yesterday, he dropped 100 on my first stream, 100 on the second stream. If he didn't do that, we probably would have went 7-8 hours with less than 100, probably less than 50. So you never know who's going to step up. And I appreciate you tremendously. What's good, Shep? How are you? Oh, Shep, I forgot to tell you, Ancient Aliens is back, and they had a new episode on Friday. You have to watch it. I told Chief Will Chief about it. You got to get on that. Rogers, Randall Cobb, short gain on 2nd down and 8, 3-0 Green Bay. But the new Ancient Aliens is definitely worth watching, brother. You got to get on that. Luis Fernando, anything you want to see picture-wise, I can get you whatever you want. You want some Michael Jordan? You want some shoes? You let me know. But I appreciate you tremendously, brother. Let's go. 3rd down and 1. Luis Fernando, my boy. And then, like I said, there's people that you're friends with. There's people that you're acquaintance with. And like I said, Luis has no business on doing what he's doing. He doesn't have to do it at all, but he chooses to do it to support. And that really does mean a lot. You know what I mean? Because like I said, he's one of those people a long time ago that I told, what I was going to do. And, you're seeing like the journey. You know what I mean? Because like I said, I've been doing this for 11 years. There's a lot of people that would have quit this dream a long time ago. Shit, there was someone that used to record with me that quit. You know what I mean? They didn't have it in them. You know what I mean? That was jealous. That was a hater. You know what I mean? That was a friend of me. You know what I mean? That just couldn't handle just me. You know what I mean? But if I'm doing a lot of the work, you can't expect to get, paid for things that you're not here for, But things worked out great. You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't want to do this channel with anyone else anyways. So it works out great. And we're in a good spot moving forward in 2023 and beyond. Big stop by the Detroit Lions. I love it, baby. Let's get it. Luis Fernando, look at this. $50 holla, my boy. And money is, is one of those things. It's not like me and Luis are rich. So when I get people, that aren't rich, they don't have money just falling out of their ass, $100 bills. And then they're willing to do something like this. That really does touch my heart and mean a lot because I know how hard Luis, works for his money. You know what I mean? This is not something where you're just, oh, look at all this extra money I got. Let me just give it to you. You know what I mean? Like, he's earning this money and he's deciding to give it here. So I appreciate you very, very much, brother. $100, $50, my boy. Let's go. 1st down and 10, Goff. Little screen pass. Go, baby. Amon-Ra St. Brown. 1st down, Lions. Move the chains. Let's go. A bang, bang, bang. Stacks on stacks. Rex on Rex. Cactus Jack. Bang, bang, Louise. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. And then another one. $20. $20 holla. Bang, bang. And some of our heavy hitters have gone through, a little tough time. So it's always nice when we can get another heavy hitter to come up and step up for someone that maybe can't take care of me at this particular time. And shout out to Louise. Goff, incomplete. How are you doing, Shep? I know Louise is a G, man. One of these days, Louise might come over. He might hop on the stream so you guys can see what he looks like. I usually have people that are, hovering around my neighborhood here and there. Everyone's kind of doing their own grind and whatnot. So, but Louise is a real one, that's for sure. We have a lot of common interests too. Like for Vice Channel, Rio recognizes Rio, and me and Louise have always said that. But just noticing people and what they like, and even though Louise might not be into sports the same way that I am, right? But we kind of Action Bronson, you know what I mean? Wong's World, we already had that common ground, and we both loved Vice Channel, and it's like. That's one of my favorite networks because it's raw, it's real, it's not filtered, it's not bullshit. You know what I mean? Some of it is kind of risque, on stuff that they talk about with like drugs and alcohol and just kind of the hidden things that go on in the world that people don't really know about. But I just love the authenticity and the realness of that network. God bless the fucking Vice Channel. And I think that's where me and Louise bonded a little bit, watching shows on Vice together and talking about shows like that because real does recognize real. And that is big facts. My brother. Goff, 3rd down and 9. Pass incomplete. You know what, though? I don't even know if that is even legit, though, because you had 3 guys playing. And so I don't even think we can crown Jake the champion based off them eliminating the game. Because I think in that particular game, I think the Bengals would have won and you would have probably scored more points overall. So I don't really necessarily think that we have a champion. The numbers can say that Jake is champ, but that's bullshit. You know, you had 3 guys in the starting lineup. He had Jamar Chase left. You would have won. You know what I mean? Based off the numbers, in my opinion. So Badgley with the field goal kick. And it's good. 3-3 Packers and Lions. Let's go. Luis Fernando being so grateful, so gracious. Tied up, baby. Let's go. Appreciate you, Luis. You're a real one. You are a real one. $20 holla. Let's go, baby. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. Thank you, bro. And like I said, this is my full-time job, and I've been, doing this for 11 years. This is my 7th year on YouTube. I've been full-time since last year of January, and it just feels really good to have a dream and have a vision, and the only thing I don't regret, but it hurt my soul even to today, is selling my Michael Jordan rookie card. If I, to sell that Michael Jordan rookie card that's worth $20,000 to $30,000 when he passes away, Michael Jordan, right? That card is going to be worth like $100,000. That's like a down payment on a house or like a Lambo. I sacrificed a Lambo for my dream. I sacrificed a house for my dream. You know what I mean? And I guarantee if I didn't have a dream like this, there's no way in hell that I would have ever sold that card until it peaked at value. And then maybe I would have sold it at that time, or maybe I would have hung on to it until my deathbed. I don't know. You know what I mean? But it was a difficult situation. But again, being able to do my dream full time or have this really expensive $20,000 to $30,000 card, it's like it's a no-brainer. It's being able to build the relationships and do my dream. But I will get another Jordan rookie before I die. Believe that. Luis Fernando with another 20, baby. Bang, bang, boom, boom. Bang, bang, baby. Thank you, Luis. You're a real one, brother. Appreciate you. Yeah, Bulldogs tomorrow. Georgia, TCU. Should be fun. Yes, Luis is a real one. 190. Let's get to 200, baby. Let's go. I love you too, and like I said, you can always tell when people are fake on YouTube and Twitch, you know what I mean? People that are genuine and real. And it's just kind of sad where, just because maybe a channel is popular doesn't mean necessarily it's a great channel. Just where people are a bunch of sheep and they're just following other people instead of making the decision for themselves if the channel is good or not. Eventually we will have our time and we will blow up, but I would rather be myself and be real and genuine, right? And be where I'm at right now, than be fake as hell and be a liar and then have, 30,000 subs and have 100 people in the room. I couldn't look at myself in the mirror, being a fucking fake Fugazi fraud. And if you guys go to YouTube and Twitch, you guys know there's a lot of fucking fake Fugazi frauds out there that put on a show, put on a face for you on screen. But when they're off screen, they don't give a shit about you or anybody. All they care about is money, money, money. And that's just how it is when in phone sales as well. People start caring about the money and they stop caring about the friendships, and they don't even care what they have to do to cut you down. They have to steal your leads. Who cares? They have to steal your sales. Who cares? How much commission am I getting? That's what matters. And, it shows you a lot of the friendships were broken at our workplace where me and Louise worked at, because these people either were drinking, on drugs, or they were just fucking schemers, you know what I mean? And fucking straight up liars. And it's sad. Because a lot of schemers and liars are really good salesmen, but eventually it'll catch up to you. And, I'm happy where I'm at. I think Louise is happy. And I know there's other people that we work with that are fucking miserable as fuck right now. And I don't have any sympathy for them at all. First down and 10, you reap what you sow. You want to be a dickhead, you're going to end up getting dickhead results in the future. That's facts. Aaron Jones with the short game. Let's go, baby. I appreciate you, bro. You're a real one. Luis Fernando, bang, bang, bang. $5 holla. $5 foot long. Bang, bang. Luis is doing his own dono train. He ain't even waiting for anybody else. He said, fuck it. $5, $20, $100, $50. You the man, bro. I appreciate you. But it's always nice, when you can just be yourself and be, legit and genuine and then you don't work with someone for a couple years, and you try to come across each other's paths, and something like this happens. It really does mean a lot. It shows a lot about your character, and it shows a lot about my character. And just like, even though we didn't hang out every day, it's not like we would go to each other's houses and smoke every day, or party every day, but we had our moments where we partied a little bit at the party house, and we talked at work and whatnot. And it's just always good to know that you're doing well, and I really do honestly appreciate everything that you're doing for me on the channel, because sometimes it's tough. Sarah's my lead mod, and sometimes we'll go for 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours, and I can tell she's like, well, let's just give it ourselves an L, and we'll move on till tomorrow. And normally I'm like, well, if you want to go, I'll keep going, and we'll see what happens. And a lot of times when I put in that extra effort, maybe when we're just not having a good stream after 3, 4 hours, I'm like, all right, fuck it, let me dig deep, let me go for another hour or two, and then eventually maybe someone will show up, and maybe we'll get blessed. And a lot of times that's what happens. We'll be sitting at like $10, or something like that, and then all of a sudden we'll get like a big $100 dono, and then the stream ends up being successful. So shout out to my boy Louise and everyone else in the room. I love you and I appreciate you. Yeah, Louise is a class act, man. Like I said, and it's not like he has to do what he's doing, and it's just really nice to be able to get the support, because like I said, sometimes other goats, the heavy hitters, we usually have about 4 or 5 heavy hitters. Rodgers going deep. Christian Watson, first down, Packers. But again, you can have 4 or 5, 6 really good heavy hitters, but sometimes things happen in life. You have bills, you have a breakdown in your car, appliances, something happens, where money needs to be put somewhere else. So it's like, I get it. I'm not going to be able to rely on every single person all the time, but it does give an opportunity for others to be able to step up if they choose to. And that's what Louise is doing today, and has been doing for the last 6 months to a year. And I appreciate you. Yeah, he lives here in Oregon with me. He's a good dude. And we worked in phone sales together for years. Bilingual, really smart kid, savvy, and also kind of like my boy Preston, kind of a hustler, always looking to try to flip and make money on the side, whether that means, buying Jordans, for a certain price at the employee store, and then flipping them for like maybe $40, $50 profit. It's always trying to find a way to, do things that you enjoy, but then also to try to make money. I mean, that's what we're here for, right? We're trying to have our dreams and our goals, and we're trying to live our best life. But no one can live their best life being lazy. And that's another thing what I respect about Louise. Never been a lazy dude. And laziness is nothing I can put up with either. That's facts. Rodgers, 2nd down and 9, 3-3 game. Pass to the sideline, caught. Randall Cobb, pass is complete. Hey, yeah. I mean, certain people, they're just lazy, and other people, they're just not, you know what I mean? And so a lot of people like to make excuses when shit doesn't, go their way, and other people just work harder and they find a way, and I'll be honest. I mean, sometimes I get fucking burnt out. I'm the one doing the dishes. I'm doing the fucking laundry. I'm fucking walking my puppy, in the rain for fucking an hour every day. You know what I mean? There's a lot of things that I'm doing that get me fucking burnt out, but if you're a man, you got responsibilities, and I know no one else in the house is going to do it, so I got to do it. I'm not going to let my puppy suffer. 3rd down and 5. Rodgers. Hutchinson, get his ass. Yeah, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Sit the fuck down, Rodgers. Let's go. Let's go. Sit down, bitch ass. Let's go. Aiden Hutchinson. And Trayvon Walker was the first pick in the draft, but this is a good spot for obviously him because he went to Michigan, and now it's like, the Detroit Lions. He's a hometown kid. Aiden is better than Trayvon Walker. It's very clear. And I know when me and Sarah and a lot of us in the draft process, we said, well, maybe Trayvon Walker was a mistake. Now we realize Trayvon Walker wasn't a mistake, but Aiden is better player overall, has a higher ceiling. Mason Crosby, 49-yarder. And kick is good. Let's go. Let's get it, baby. This is crazy, man. Like, I was definitely not expecting, Louise to come in here and drop the hammer like this. But, God, it makes it so worthwhile, man. The blood, the sweat, the tears. And I'll be honest, too. A lot of times, when I do a stream, it's not like every other streamer on like Twitch or YouTube where they can hit start broadcast, start live stream, and they can start going. Like it usually takes me like an hour, hour and a half of prep. So if I'm doing a full game, just one game alone, I mean, that's usually about 4 to 5 hours of my life with prepping and getting the tag words and the pictures. And sometimes that can be mentally draining, knowing that you have to do all this extra work, you know what I mean, to just get yourself set up. And of course, I don't have to do all the photos that I do, but I like being able to have that good presentation. And that is big facts. So. Yeah, I don't think we can count you as the champion, though. I don't think we can count you as the champion, bro, because the game didn't get completed. He had 3 players in the starting lineup. You had Jamar Chase, Burrow, Higgins, and Mixon. I think that he would have ended up beating you in the numbers. So yeah, the numbers can say that you won, but I can't award you first place. Not with what happened with DeMar, and not when he had 3 players in the starting lineup that are all big heavy hitters that essentially beat me, that could have probably beaten you. So the numbers can say one thing, but I can't claim a champion. Even if I was in the championship game and I'm in your place and I have your team and your numbers and I'm going against Shep, I can't crown myself champ. It'd be very unfair. And for you to even say that you're champ is kind of ridiculous when you already know that he had 3 guys in the starting lineup. Come on, bro. There is no champion this year. For you to even claim that you're champion is kind of cocky and fucked up. Okay, because you honestly think you're champion after what happened with DeMar and having his 3 guys in the starting lineup when you were already down and only had Jamar Chase left? Okay, and he had 3 in the lineup. The Bengals were going to win that game. Let's be real. Let's be real. Okay, let's be real like Louise. Don't be fugazi and fake and try to end up being a champion of a fantasy football league that you don't deserve, because you don't even know what the outcome would have been within that matchup. You can't have 3 guys, all heavy hitters. Bullshit. No. We're not going to have you in the league next year if this is how you're going to act. Not going to happen, bro. There is no winner this year. It's not happening. Even if I'm in first place and I'm your team, I'm not even claiming myself the winner. So why are you claiming yourself the winner when you didn't even have a fair matchup? Yeah, best of 2 weeks, but you think that you wouldn't be bitching and complaining if you didn't have Burrow and Mixon and T. Higgins playing? Come on, bro. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. There's no winner this year. Not happening. Not happening. $100. There's someone that's not fugazi and fake. Let's go. Bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, bang. Let's go. And we've never seen a situation like that ever. So to be like, well, stuff happens. Bullshit stuff happens. When's the last time someone had cardiac arrest during the game when 2 teams that are possible Super Bowl contenders and then you don't even get to complete the game and it was in the first quarter? Anything that happened, if they don't even remake the game, how is that fair in any way for fantasy football? It's not. There's no winner this year. All right. Well, keep that up, and you'll never be in our league ever again. Maybe not on the channel ever again. How about that? Louise, $100. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, bang. And also another fucked up thing, you were talking about, how everyone is like, talking about DeMar, and you don't give a shit because you care about, money leagues and things like that. That's the fucking problem right there, is people like that. People like you that, only care about the wins and then the money. That sometimes it's more than fantasy football than the wins or the money. A guy almost fucking died. But I know you're like that and like some of those people. So it doesn't really surprise me with these comments that you're saying, trying to claim yourself champion, only caring about the titles and the money when a guy almost fucking died on the field. And obviously it's not a fair playing field in fantasy when games get cut off and don't get remaked. Get out of here with that, man. Sad, bro. 6-3 Packers. Be better, dude. There is no winner. 6-3 Green Bay. Let's go. $300. Luis Fernando, my boy. I appreciate you. Let's go. Amon-Ra St. Brown, first down, Lions. No, there's no winner. Fuck that, dude. Because the thing is, I already know how competitive things can get. But to act like, that's fair, that ain't fair, dude. Not when you have 3 guys out of 9 in the lineup and they're all heavy hitters. It's not like you had a fucking kicker, a defense, and some scrub at wide receiver too. If you're going to talk to me that way, you know what I mean, and be that way, hey, that's fine. You know what I mean? But like I said, when you care more about fantasy championships and people caring about how much money they can win in fantasy instead of actually caring about DeMar, because I know he's one of those people that he don't care. You know what I mean? Just wants the title, just wants the money. That's sad. You know what I mean? Like you got to be able to have a little bit, even if football isn't your primary, you know what I mean? Have a little empathy and sympathy. Come on, bro. Yeah. Yeah, but some people, they don't care about it. You know what I mean? Like, so for some people, when DeMar went down, with the injury, and everyone, heard about it, read about it. Some people didn't give a shit. They were like, I don't care. I just want to win fantasy football championship. I want my money. I want to win. You know what I mean? Like, dude, like, how are you brought up? Like, this doesn't affect you in any way. Like, obviously you're not a fan of the game. You're not a fan of the NFL to be like, well, I just care about fantasy and money, and I don't really give a shit about this. I mean, when people say stuff like that, that can't go unrecognized. So it doesn't really surprise me. You know what I mean? If you're going to come at me like that, and think that you actually won the league, there is no winner this year, especially when a situation like that happens. That's the honest truth. Even if I was in that position to be the champion, and if I'm seeing, three pieces and they're not even making up the game. Come on now. You see, that's the thing, you can talk to certain people online a certain way. You better tread fucking softly when you speak to me. You know what I mean? You might be able to talk that way on other streams, but you better walk that line very, very finely. Otherwise, Hollywood Hogan boot might come out. And apparently it did. Apparently, this is what happened. Yeah, me too. You know what I mean? Yeah, and we even had to take a day off after the Monday night game, because like sometimes it does get, kind of emotional if you are, invested in this. This is something that we're covering all year round. It's not something that we're just doing for fun, so that is big facts. Absolutely. You got it, man. No first place, no second place. Nope. Yeah, I am too. Incomplete pass. Yeah. And like I said, I do a lot of research. I do a lot of film study. I do a lot of reading. You know what I mean? But it's all about building connections. Some people are a fit. Some people aren't. This is the bottom line. $9.99. Luis Fernando dropping all of his lunch money to your boy. I appreciate you. $10 holla, my boy. Louise's lunch money all going to O-Dog. 4th down and 3. Lions are about to punt. Appreciate you. And it's really funny. I knew that was going to happen. I already knew that bullshit statement was going to come out there. So, like I said, if you can't be humble about it and act like, shit happens. Yeah, it's really common when guys fucking have cardiac arrest and fucking die almost on the field, and then they don't even remake the game, and then you're just going to be like, I'm champion? Fuck out of here. And they didn't even remake the game up. So it's like if they would have remade the game up and then the stats ended up not, falling into Shepard's favor, that's fine. But they didn't even make the game up. So to act like, yeah, I'm champion, fuck that. It's not, this is the first time in fantasy that we've probably ever seen this situation. But there's no one, even if I was in first place position, right? I'm not going to crowd myself or brag that I'm champion, because there's no real champion when something like that happens. They didn't make the game up. So what are you fucking celebrating for? You know what I mean? You're going against Burrow, Mixon, and Higgins. And then you're, oh, shit happens. Come on, be better, dude. End of the first quarter, Packers 6, Lions 3. Yeah, Sarah Shep. Yeah, we'll be in the league next year, but there'll be someone that won't be. I'll tell you that. Papa should have been smarter. Sometimes you got to think before you talk, but other times people don't think before they talk. Papa, Kaka. Oh yeah. Sometimes you got to be better, brother. You live and you learn, and maybe you'll learn in the future. But you lost your opportunity being in the league ever again. Maybe the channel ever again. We'll find out. What do you want to see for photos, Louise? I think I owe you photos for the next 2 years, based off your generous donos. What would you like to see, brother? And it could be anything. If you want to see, Action Bronson, I could throw some Action Bronson up. Hey, you know what I mean? Like, I just try to be authentic and genuine as possible, but I don't appreciate, stuff that is like inaccurate. You're trying to take credit for something, or just being, well, fuck it. Shit happens. No, shit doesn't fucking just happen like that. I mean, like I said, the NFL has been going on for years and years and years, 40, 50, 60, 70 years. We've never seen a situation like that, ever. The fiber optic network active. Let me look. Let's see. All right, let's see what we can find for me and Louise here.
Welcome back to Lambeau. I'm joined by Lions head coach Dan Campbell. And Dan, the team found out shortly before kickoff that you were eliminated from the playoffs.
All the fiber optic cables. God, man. I mean, like I said, if you can sell one thing, you can sell anything. It's like if you can sell Verizon Business, or you can sell cable, internet, and phone to businesses, you can sell anything, because you're dealing with some of the rudest motherfuckers on planet Earth. Because, when we were doing our calling, right, we're calling New York and Boston from Oregon. And there are a lot of the, telecommunication elite representatives are here in the Northwest. A lot of the contracts are here in Oregon and Washington for some of the big companies. But, man, I mean, it's like if you can deal with the rudest of the rude. I mean, people swearing at you, people saying the craziest shit to you, and you can't say anything back. Otherwise, you get fired. Like, it's a fine line, let me tell you. 2nd down and 4. Pass incomplete to Alan the Lizard Lazard. Roger says, what's going on here?
When he was talking to us, he said, look, we don't know what's going to happen, but either we're going to the playoffs or they're not. That was it. That was the message to the team. Either we're going or they're not. And
here's me and Louise's life, the fiber optic cable. This is us right here. 3rd down and 4, shotgun set. Rodgers, pressure off the edge. Rodgers going deep. Caught by Big Bob Tonyan. 1st down, Packers. All right, Big Bob Tonyan. 1st down, Green Bay. Move the chains. Appreciate you, Louise. I didn't know that you robbed so many kids of their lunch money, man. You've been supporting like a big time supporter, and I appreciate you tremendously, man. 1st down and 10. Packers 6, Lions 3. Allen the Lizard Lazard in motion. Shotgun set for Rodgers. Getting closer to the red zone. Hands off. A.J. Dillon runs into a wall of Lions. Gain of a couple. Tyree in the building. What to do? The speed line. Oh, shit.
Josh Pascal. James Houston came out of nowhere, 8 sacks in his first 6 games. Kirby Joseph starting at the safety position on the back end. They're young. They want to draft. They want to build through the draft, and they're learning along the way.
2nd down and 5. Shotgun set. Rodgers, plenty of time. Good protection up front. Goes down to his check down man. And guess who? A.J. Dillon. What happened to my hands? Dillon with the drop. 3rd down and 5. Hey, there you go. There you go. Wifey's money going towards NWSF. Hey, we'll take it. Got to hustle and grind, baby. 3rd down and 5. Temperature 26 degrees. Cold as shit. 6-3 Packers. Shotgun set. Rodgers. Pump fake. Ah, it's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. Okay. Guy's kind of good. See if they're called holding on the Packer O-line. Penalty will be declined. Nothing in the Cash App yet, but I imagine we'll get some in there at some point. Woo! I mean, Aiden Hutchinson should have been the first pick in the draft. I think we can all come to that conclusion. If you watch Michigan football, you got to think Ohio State beat the brakes off of Michigan for like 10, 20 years in a row, right? So for them to finally get over the hump, they needed to have some kind of beast mode player, and you're looking at it right there. And that was single-handedly the reason why Michigan was able to get past Ohio State last year, and then he went to the NFL, and somehow, some way, they were able to get past Ohio State this year too. 48-yarder for Crosby. I didn't know we were going to have a fucking field goal party. 48-yarder. Field goal is up. And it's good. Packers with field goals, huh? 9-3. Packers are up. All right, let's get some photos up for Louise. We got to put up stuff better than our former workplace and all our little things that we had to go through. Hold on here. Let me try to find some stuff here. Oh, fucking Verizon. It definitely taught us a lot. You know what I mean? Like I said, if you can deal with the rudest people on planet Earth and you can make a living, and not lose your fucking lid and you can find a way, it's a big, big thing. You think so? He doesn't really look like he's the same player, but it also shows you when you have a superstar in Davante Adams and you would go to him, in 50, 60% of the looks, and you don't have that guy anymore. They can say, oh, it's a trust thing. You're telling me that Romeo Doubs isn't good? Christian Watson isn't good? Big Bob Tonyan is. I mean, they got guys. Aaron Jones, right? A.J. Dillon. It's not like they have a bunch of scrubs now. They have talented players still there that can make plays. But again, Davante is a top 5 receiver, and he hasn't really fallen off. And that's the problem when you only go to one guy for a majority of your career and that guy leaves. Then you struggle, and you're getting older as well. Luis Fernando, $5 holla. He said, my wifey's got a good job. Said, my wifey needs lunch money. No more. Going to O-Dog. Bang, bang. $5 holla. Appreciate you. Louise is doing his own dono train. We appreciate you tremendously, man. Thank you so much. 3:15. Let's get to 4, baby. No worries. And that's the type of situation. You're one of the heavy hitters. Shit happens. You know what I mean? Sometimes it can be a medical issue, a bank issue, and then you never know what's going to happen. And then sometimes by the blessings of the sports gods and then just people in general, that one situation will get better for you, Mike. But then we got another person in Louise that will step up for you and others that maybe just can't do it right at this moment. And that's what the best thing about it is when you have people love you and appreciate you, you know that you're going to be able to make it through. And the thing is with me, I don't have hundreds of people in the room. You know what I mean? So it's like I usually am sitting about 20 people or less, unless it's a special event. And then maybe we'll be at 30, maybe 50. Every once in a while, maybe we'll go 100 in the room if we get promoted, from YouTube, like we did in the Orange Bowl or in NASCAR earlier this year. But that doesn't happen that often. So to be able to have a limited amount of people, but it's quality over quantity. You could have 70 people in the room, all a bunch of little kids and trolls, and you're not getting any donos, and all they're doing is talking shit the whole time. Or you can be in a situation like me where you're grinding. You might have 7 people in the room, but all of them are heavy hitters or great people, and you never know who might be able to save the stream. And that's what we have here. So appreciate you guys. All right, man. Oh, he's pimping it big. Hey, Ancient Aliens, you make sure you get on that, okay? Let's go. Have a great night. I'll message you after the stream is over, Shep. Love you, brother. Have a great rest of your day, dude. Look forward to talking to you. All right, here we go. We got Jared Goff. I need to get some more pictures up here for Louise. Handoff. Come on, Lions. What they need to do right now is they need to establish that run game to open up Amon-Ra St. Brown. So they need to make sure they go to Jamal and DeAndre Swift. I mean, it's pretty clear. They need to go that particular direction, to be able to open up the running game. And once you start going here, okay, and then you start going here, right, what do you think is going to happen? This. Don't abandon the run. The only way you're going to win this game is if you run the football. Goff. And the Goff isn't the greatest passer either. Sometimes his throws are a little short, a little long. You know what I mean? He has to get into a rhythm. He's a rhythm QB. I don't think he's the worst quarterback in the league. I don't think he's the best. I think he's kind of in the middle. Maybe like 15th, 16th. But sometimes he'll play like a top 10 QB. And other times he'll play like a bottom 10 QB. It just kind of depends on the flow of the game. My puppy is here. Okay, I'll take a quick look. Told you, Megan, that you were going to win. Handoff, flea flicker, Goff. Oh, yes. Go, 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 go. The 20, the 10, the 5, touchdown. Lions, suck it, Packers. But there's a flag, probably a hold on the offensive line. And Jameson Williams would have been the first receiver picked in the draft. Of course, it's a hold. Motherfucker. You got to be kidding me. Bullshit. Well, we already know it's not bullshit, but damn. You got to be able to take advantage of those big plays like that. And Jameson Williams tore his ACL, Alabama against Georgia in the Natty. If that didn't happen, he would have been the first receiver taken. But since he had that injury and they knew they couldn't play him until the end of the season, but when Jameson Williams gets in the game, the first game that he played, he scored a touchdown on his first catch. I mean, the guy is money, but you got to be better. Look at that. Wow. 67 did a fucking WWE move right there. Tried to hit him with the fucking rock bottom. And he got caught. Come on. Come on, baby. Be better. You can't do no rock bottom when the ref is standing right there. Fuck. All right. Well, there goes that long touchdown. That would have been sweet. 9-3 Packers. Shotgun set for Goff. Little check down. Yeah, you ain't getting no first. Oh, nice effort. I say, no way you're getting that first down. Nice effort. First down, Lions. Move the chains. I got to throw up some nice ones here for my boy Louise.
Playing in Cincinnati, split the defenders. When there's 2 guys there, if you can go right between them, they can either one get leverage.
Shotgun set on first down and 10 for Goff. Hands the ball off. Short game. That's our guy right there.
It really is, but it's the soft spot of not getting hit because they can't go into each other. And you do.
Vice channel all day, every day.
But I would like to see number 9, Jameson Williams, back on the
If I could meet anybody on planet Earth, athlete, actor, anybody, this guy would be in my top 3 out of anyone that I could meet celebrity-wise. Just seems like one of the realest, most genuine, cool dudes, loyal to his friends and the people that don't turn on him and they don't talk behind his back. Just real ones. And it's rare, because it seems like, you want people to be your friends, but as soon as something starts going wrong for a certain person, sometimes they like to talk shit, and you can definitely tell who your real friends are and who the ones that aren't your friends. That's facts. Josh Reynolds with this nice route right here. Nice job, Josh.
I think Douglas thought that thing was coming straight to him. That takes a lot of courage and a lot of practice for your quarterback to make that throw. But basically, you're throwing it right at the quarterback.
Well, the Packers are going to be heavily favored because they're at home. It's in Lambeau. You know what I'm saying? But the way that you can, kind of bounce back that momentum, right here, Jamal Williams, he is the single-handedly the man that can change the outcome of this game. You know what I mean? He can get into the end zone. He's fiery. He lights a fire, and he's a former Packer, so he feels disrespected, from the Packers that they just thought he was trash. And now he's got 15 touchdowns as an RB2. He leads the league in tutties with 15 as not even the starter. Think about that for a second. Pretty amazing. And he's a class act dude on top of that, too. It's 12 noon. You know what time it is. Time for a Packer sack lunch. Yum, 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 yum. 9-3 Packers. But like I said, this guy's got a lot on his plate. You're going to have to make sure you run the ball heavy with Jamal Williams so you can at least get one or two of these. And if you go away from this, you're going to lose 100%. There's no way the Lions are going to win if they abandon the run. Yeah, but again, with Seattle, losing a few of those games like the Panthers and Raiders, you win those. We're not even talking about this today. But again, for a team that wasn't supposed to win maybe more than 3 to 5 games this year, you guys had a good season and a good year. You played with a lot of passion and fire, and I would rather have Seattle in there over Green Bay or even Tampa Bay, honestly. But, it is what it is. Who raised the flag at Lumen today? Who was it? Steve Largent? Jim Zorn? Who was it? I mean, if you're asking me, it's got to be one of the legends. Who was it? Walter Jones, Steve Largent, Jim Zorn, Marshawn Lynch. Who was it? Thrown into the dirt. Cortez Kennedy. I mean, you guys have had some legends in your day. Steve Largent would have been cool. That's my first guess. Oh, look at there you go. Nice. Nine 9-3 Green Bay, second down and 10. Big shout out to my boy Louise, my former coworker and friend that lives here in Oregon, just dropping the hammer left and right. I appreciate you so much, man. Swift going backwards. Can't be doing that. Green Bay defense is too quick for that. Come on, Swift. You got to be smarter than that, brother. Okay? Green Bay is fast. And they drafted a bunch of Georgia players on top of the guys that they already had. Come on now. Be smarter here. Why are you going that way? Trying to juke that defender. You should have just kept going. You ain't going to be able to bounce out of that. I said, come on, brother. Bite those kneecaps, brother. Third down and 14. Shotgun set. Goff. Short gain. And Detroit's in a good spot right now. They're only down by 6. It's not like Rodgers is throwing up 3 touchdown passes. So that's why Detroit feels pretty good. You know what I mean? There's like certain matchups of certain teams where you feel pretty good playing against that particular team. You're not afraid. You're in the division. They're very familiar with each other. It's like little brother and big brother. But big brother right now is not 100%. And little brother can sense the blood in the water. Got to keep it close, baby. Come on now. Come on, Badgley. Badgley with the kick. And he missed it. Motherfuck! 46-yarder, no good. Golly. All right, I got to get some photos up here. All the photos.
She's 9 months. Say hi.
Oh, I was talking about your USAA bumper sticker. I tried every.
Oh, no worries. No worries. I told you that you guys would be able to, finish strong. It's just like I said, sometimes those matchups, that they look like must win. Like, oh, we're going to win. Raiders, we're going to win. Raiders, Panthers, we're going to win. And then you just fall flat. And it also shows you how hard it is to win on the road. And sometimes you're at home and you take an opponent for granted. You're like, you're riding on a 2 or 3 game win streak. You think you're going to win 100%. Everything looks like it's falling into line. And for whatever reason, the game script, you get down by 10 early and you just can't come back. You get close, but no cigar. And that's what happens in the NFL sometimes. That's facts. My boy, Action Bronson. This guy might be the realest motherfucker on planet Earth. And I really salute him, too. He lost a lot of weight. He's even been in AEW with Hook, and they use his theme song. But, he's an entrepreneur. He's a cook. He's a businessman. And I just like his loyalty, to his friends and just the way that he is. There's not a lot of people that I really respect as far as celebrity status and people like this. And he's self-made as well. Love this guy. And if you ever watch Vice Channel and you watch Fuck That's Delicious, or you watch any of the Action Bronson shows, either you know or you don't. If you watch Vice Channel, you either know or you don't know. That's facts. I also liked Wong's World too, but they don't do any new episodes of Wong's World. But I really like Wong's World also. And that was actually a show based off Fresh Off the Boat and Eddie, but it was the real true to life Eddie Huang. And obviously moving and, doing their own business and being an entrepreneur. He's got a really cool personality too. Just being a very genuine, real person. Love those type of guys. It's my dude.
Premier League Derby weekend on USA and Peacock. Saturday, the Manchester Derby United takes on City. Having their incredible year.
Appreciate you, Louise.
All those goals. And then North London Derby with Tottenham and Arsenal. They'll be on Peacock.
My boy.
It's not all that cold, but cold enough to ice fish. Have you ever been?
And he's a New Yorker through and through too.
Would you?
And he has a lot of pride with his heritage and his family background. I think he's Albanian. Love it. First down and 10. Rodgers. Christian Watson with the boot. First down, Packers. Move the chains. Aaron Rodgers to Christian Watson. First down, Green Bay. All right, talk soon. Good luck. First down and 10.
As the play clock is running down. 5.5 to go. And down to the field, here's Melissa.
Mike, I talked to Christian Watson about how his relationship with Aaron Rodgers has evolved. Watson said it was different.
That's pretty wild, huh? I bet you didn't expect that was going to happen today, huh? Crazy. That's what happens. You just have to have faith. You know what I mean? If you end up being just yourself and you just try to be genuine and real and, even though things are going against you, sometimes you can still find a way to be successful, just by the way that you talk to people, the way you treat people, and, people will get you. They will take care of you when they can. That's why it's better to build bonds and connections with people, instead of just having hundreds of people in the room that you just don't give a shit about. First down and 10. 9-3 Packers. Detroit, I mean, they're definitely the underdog here today. Missing that field goal is really going to hurt. But all they got to do is just, keep that confidence and keep the game close. And they've given up only 3 field goals, so that's a big compliment to what Detroit is trying to do. But it always feels good, you know what I mean, when other people have some things come up and then you get a surprise GOAT, coming out of nowhere and making the weekend an uber success. That's facts. 2nd down and 10. Shotgun set for Rodgers. Looking. Going down to his check down man, Big Bob Tonyan. Short game. 3rd down and 5.
Lions win or a tie in Seattle. Will be playing San Francisco on Wild Card Weekend.
But that was a big missed field goal, wasn't it? I mean, because the Lions were getting some momentum going. They finally.
Oh, she does, Mike. So do I. We actually, out of most people, I mean, I know it's a really big thing, for SEC people. They follow a lot of the recruiting. I mean, depending on how big your team is, Bama, all the SEC teams. But we follow it out here, too, on the West Coast and the Midwest. She might be Iowa Hawkeyes and I might be Oregon Ducks. We may not be as big as Alabama, but we follow that. I follow all the recruiting stuff, and I know she does, too. I mean, that's all we do. All we do is read all day, all night on all the sports. You know what I mean? So if it comes up on our timeline on Twitter, we're going to click on it and we're going to read it. So, but I would say a majority of even hardcore sport fans, they don't care about the recruiting as much. I would only say probably like 10% of fanatics really go deeper to really care about that type of stuff. But it is important because you want to know, guys that are in the transfer portal, guys that are coming out of high school, guys that flip, and they say, oh, I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to come to Alabama instead. I mean, you get excited, especially if you have heard of the kid before, or if you haven't, then you read up on him. Rodgers, Big Bob Tonyan, good tackle there on 3rd down and 10. Right. Which you guys should. 4th down.
Jumping off sides doesn't get it done this time. Still jump off sides there, Rodgers.
4th and 6, they'll take a look at it.
Oh, he got him off sides. Rodgers, free play. And complete. Rodgers is so good at that, getting people to bait off the count. He's the best at it in the NFL, and he has been since he's been in the league. No one is better on making big plays off free plays and baiting you to jump off sides than Rodgers and his snap count. I mean, Brady and Manning were pretty good at it too, but Rodgers is clearly number one at that.
I mean, how many people has he got? And you literally cringe. Dan Campbell, they sat down all the rookies. And so, look, here's what he's going to do. They practiced it all week. They've been talking about it. And yet you get a chance to go sack Aaron Rodgers and you can't help it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I know you love college number one, but honestly, you know what I mean? Like, the way the NFL game is kind of transponded and everything is transpired this year. I mean, I'm starting to lean a little bit more towards college than NFL. And normally for me, it was NFL and college and wrestling all at the top. But I actually enjoyed college football more this year than the NFL. And that's like the first time that's happened in a while. It's like, I just feel that the NFL product, there was just a lot more shitty football than I was used to seeing. You know what I mean? Instead of having about, 14 to 15 really good teams and then the rest of the league, I feel there was only about maybe 8 to 10 teams, that were really watchable. And there was a lot of unwatchable football this year. But you could also say that for college football during the regular season, there was some unwatchable matchups. I mean, we can still be hardcore fans, but I mean, it's just tough. Alabama versus Duke. Like, there's not going to be a lot of people that are going to go out of their way besides Alabama fans to watch a game like that. I mean, scheduling needs to be better, on the college football side. But again, it's just so top heavy with college football. There's over 100 Division I teams, but how many teams are actually good out of 100? Maybe 30, 35, out of 100. So it can get a little challenging, but we love college football a lot. So, I mean, if it's wrestling news, if it's college football or NFL, I mean, that's where we're going to go first. But then also I like to read up on NASCAR and MLB. Even though I don't like the NBA or college hoops, I still follow. You know, I mean, I'm not watching the games in entirety, but I might, read an article, look at the standings, watch some clips, so that way I can keep up to date. So when it comes to making predictions and helping people make money, then I can come up with Warriors beating Celtics in 6 and Curry getting MVP and people winning money, or even in NHL with Colorado Avalanche beating the Tampa Bay Lightning in 6. And I was correct on both of those. And I don't even watch hockey or basketball. So, but I am really looking forward to NASCAR. And Mike, I don't know if you or Sarah saw, but Chase Elliott was trending today in the morning. I don't know what it was about. I don't think it was anything negative. What was the news about Chase Elliott? Were they just trying to promote that NASCAR is coming in like 3 weeks to a month? But I saw his name was trending on Twitter. He was like number 1, number 2 this morning, but I didn't get a chance to look at the the information that why he was trending. But I assume it can't be anything really negative. So, yeah, high school is good too. You know what I mean? Especially if you live in the South or in Texas, high school football is like college football out there. So, you watch the Bama basketball? Yeah. Like passionately or like just here and there? You watch it just like you watch Bama football, or you just watch it once in a while? Yeah, but the basketball is just not as enjoyable as football or NASCAR. It's just not. I maybe if the superstars, there was more of them, but I guess it's like when you get spoiled, with legends, growing up in the 80s and 90s, and then they're nowhere near that type of talent that what we watched when we were kids or when we were younger. It's hard to connect. You know what I mean? I know there's Giannis and there's other superstars that are there now, but it's not the same, with the Bird and the Magic and the Jordan and college hoops back then also. It's not the same. I feel the product in the NBA and college hoops has gone down tremendously for like the quality of the product overall. March Madness is still great, though. I'll give it that. And at least playoff basketball is better than regular season. That's facts, too. First down and 10. Hands off. Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones. Short game. You watch all this, or you're super committed. That was like me with Oregon Ducks. I used to be super committed to watching Oregon Duck basketball and football when I was in my teens and my 20s. But once I hit my 30s, I wasn't really invested as much. I mean, if the Ducks are on and I got nothing going on, maybe I'll click in. But I don't know all the names of the recruits, or I don't follow it to a T like I used to. Second down and 4. Screen pass to Aaron Jones. Fumble! Get it! Yes! 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 Good job, Detroit. Fuck yeah! Woo! Yeah, baby. Fuck yeah. Let's go. And it didn't go out of bounds. Fuck yeah. That's exactly what Detroit needed. And hopefully we can get a field goal here or a touchdown. Probably not a touchdown, but maybe a field goal, and we can make it 9-6. That's huge. Because if they score a touchdown there, momentum was going to shift. And once you end up getting that lead and it goes to like 16-3, you start losing a little hope. You know what I mean? But 9-3 with a chance to being at 10-9 or 9-6, and you're only down by a little before half. That's what I'm fucking talking about, baby. Let's go. Love it. Yeah. He's just talking. Okay. I can't wait. I haven't been this excited for NASCAR or MLB to start their season up in a long time. This is going to be my second year, doing it on the channel. And I almost wish that I did it on the channel earlier, but I didn't have the right fan base. It's like you got to have the right friends, the right fans, to be able to enjoy, watching the races with. And we found you, and everything is starting to kind of fall into line now. And Sarah loves it, and it's just about finding people that have the similar interests where we can just enjoy watching it together. And I'm going to try to do as many as I can throughout the year, if not every race. Even if, and I don't even mind them being long. I just love everything about NASCAR: the speed, the drivers, the different businesses that are invested with the sponsors. It's hard to explain. It's like when you're invested that far into it, it's like. It's just such a joy to watch, man. It really brought back that love when I loved, Dale Earnhardt, and, when I would watch him and Dale Jr. and all the old school guys in like the 80s and 90s and the early 2000s, and then to walk away from it and then to come back, it just feels really good. And I don't think I'm going to ever stop watching now. I feel like if I'm going to be, putting that commitment to myself and the channel, right? I don't think until I die, I will never not watch NASCAR or MLB. I'm going to watch it the same way I watched it last year. We're going to do a lot of coverage, and I'm super excited, man. I'm excited. It's going to be great. Oh, they're bringing back Night Court? Yeah, it's not going to be the same. It's not the same as it was from back in the day. I remember I used to watch that way back in the day.
Watch the play right here by Aleem McNeil. He knows that Robert Tonyan is trying to touch that ball while he has a foot out of bounds. A, he never touched it. B, he didn't have anything.
That's awesome. He's like, I'm going to pancake your ass so you can't get it. That was a very good move by 54 right there by McNeil. Great job. Even LaFleur can't believe it. Let's go. Aaron Jones. Fumbler. Aaron Jones. What happened? Let's go. 9-3. Let's go, Lions. Shotgun set. Goff. Short gain. Can't forget about Jameson Williams again after that big play. That can't be the only time he sees the football. A guy that can catch a football 20, 30 yards downfield and then run for another 40 for a touchdown. Make sure you're looking at him. Almost picked. Darnell Savage with the good defense there. I wish Goff had a little bit more zip on the football. That's one thing that he's lacking. You know what I mean? He might not throw a lot of picks, but the zip on the football could be better. That's facts. Give me more zip, Goff. Yeah, I got to watch the 2023 NASCAR preview. We got like 3 weeks to a month to go. I'm super excited for Daytona. Daytona 500, baby. 9-3 Packers. Goff, there we go. First down, Lions. Move the chains. Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's special, man. And he's like one of those guys, I don't think anyone really knew how good he was going to be. And he turned himself into a number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 wide receiver. Like if you actually look at his stats this year, for a good majority of the year, he was like number 5, number 6 wide receiver based off points and, the catches and the yards and the touchdowns. I mean, he was very influential in Detroit's games this season. I mean, if Goff didn't have Amon-Ra St. Brown, I can't even imagine what the record would be. They would have at least 3 more losses on their record, maybe more, without Amon-Ra St. Brown, even though he got a little beat up, but he's fantastic. And I can't wait to see what he does moving forward. Ragnow is a great player, great center. And they also have Penei Sewell right there, number 58 from the Ducks. So they got 2 like Pro Bowl studs up front, Penei Sewell, and they have Ragnow. Those guys are awesome. Let's go. 9-3 Packers. Let's go. Let's get to field goal position at least. Shotgun set. Second down and 7. There we go. Don't drop it. First down, Lions. Move the chains. Let's go. Nice job.
Ever watch an unbelievable catch and think, that's impossible? AWS analyzes millions of data points of machine learning and AI from every ball, every player, and every play. So when that catch gets hold of you, we're there to tell you it's not impossible. It's just a catch. If AWS can do that for the NFL data, imagine what it could do for your business.
Oh, shit, Sarah. One of my best friends, Justin, right, the one I go road trip with, the Duffel Bag Boys, He says, I got ticks for the Cardinals, Mariners in Seattle, April 22nd, 23rd, section 119, like last time, row 13, seats 1 and 2 for both games. Best available. Wanted to get the good ones if they were gone so that we can get a baseball. Let's go. I get to see the Cardinals, baby. Hell yeah. Oh, my gosh. I've always wanted to watch them, too. Hell yeah. And normally we'll sit, somewhere between row 10 and row 22. Usually 15 to 18 or 19 is kind of the sweet spot. But even if you're in row, 13, you're still going to be able to be in that range to be able to get a baseball for sure. I'm stoked. Oh, man. 25 tickets to Daytona. Woo! That's going to be awesome. Yeah, he just messaged me that too. Because we usually go for his birthday and my birthday. Nice. First down, Lions. Move the chains. Nice job. Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be staying 2 nights there as well. So we're going to probably go to somewhere fancy like we did last time. Oh, pass incomplete. 5 seconds left. Yeah, but usually we'll try to stay on like floor 40, 50, 60, like really high up there so we can see all of the water and see all the stadiums. And, we have the nice like 80-inch HD TV, custom bathroom where it has like a touch for the light. So you put your finger on the mirror and then it lights up and different. It's like one of those like high-end like Kim Kardashian lights for like when they have like those beauty makeover shows when they have all that custom lighting for like makeup and everything. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. There's, I got to see where we're going to stay, if we're going to stay in the same hotel that we did last time, but I mean, it'll be pretty expensive. It'll probably be like, $300-400 a night or something like that. But if we split it, I mean, that's not going to be too bad. It'll be like $400 for, each person for a couple nights. But as long as we have the money, and we're only going to be doing it, once or twice a year. So.
I'm not sure what would be more to that's
I mean, obviously we could end up doing, something cheap. But I mean, if we're going to be doing something for our birthday, it's not only about the food and the games, it's about relaxing and being able to sit in each person's bed, one on the right, one on the left. And we all look to our left and we can see out into like the water and, seeing all the boats and the planes and being able to see all the buildings. I mean, it's a visual experience. And sometimes, having to pay an extra $100 or $200, for the room, to be able to see that instead of just looking at a fucking street or looking at another building. I mean, that's not worth it. If you're going to be going all that way to be able to enjoy yourself, you got to have the views. So I don't mind spending extra money for things like that. Oh, a hog. Yeah. Okay, Badgley, come on, baby. If you would have made the other one, it would have been 9-9, and that would have been perfect. But this is still great for momentum. Let's go. Come on now. Come on, Badgley. The hell was that? Now there's a flag. What the hell? The hell's going on here?
Whistles were going at this time as the official was coming in.
right. Did they call a timeout?
And I don't know, but certainly Douglas, there were whistles blown when Douglas came in to touch the ball. The flag came after all of that.
Personal foul. Defense, number 29. 15-yard penalty.
I guess I got to start saving up some money and stuff. That's not going to be until April. So I still got to grind January, February, March, April. But yeah, definitely got to put some money aside. But man, that sounds like incredible too. I mean, too bad no pool holes. You know what I mean? But Yeah, what the hell is Rasul Douglas doing right there? He went to go try to grab the football. Fuck you doing, dude?
I think that Douglas, after he got pushed, see if he stayed on that and turned around and pushed into the face mask. So he gets a little shove from Skipper there now. As he turned around. So the fourth call the time. Anyway, here's the live.
Badgley. And it's good. Let's go. I don't know what all that other bullshit was about, but let's go. 9-6 Packers. And that's kind of weird to say because you would think the Packers normally would have a lot of points. It's very rare to see them with just field goals, but this is not the same Green Bay team without Nathaniel Hackett. It's very clear. They're not very good. 9-6, and you're at Lambeau, and people paid thousands of dollars for their seats for you to put up 9 at half? Wow. How the mighty have fallen. And I fucking love it.
All right, coming up on our halftime report, DeMar Hamlin continues to be at the forefront of everyone's thoughts and prayers across the league today. Coming up, how his Bills teammates pulled off an emotional win and
Heck yeah.
next weekend's playoff.
Anything we want to look at photos? I don't think Louise is still in here. If Louise is still in here, I can always throw up some more photos. I'm still going to throw up some photos for him, even if he's not in here anymore. I mean, what a generous guy, man. What a generous friend.
Friday night to the best with everyone's two favorite shows. Lopez versus Lopez has fans obsessed already.
And I know he loves shoes. He's a big shoe collector. But I'm super excited for the Cardinals. It's funny too, because me and my boy, we talked about it, about like what games we wanted to go to, and we looked at the calendar and we were like, definitely Cardinals. But it's like no Pujols, I get it, but you still have Nolan Arenado. You still got a lot of pieces there. You got Wilson Contreras. I mean, you lose a couple, Yadier Molina and Pujols, but you gain a couple, and there's still a lot of quality pieces there, man. So I guess I'll just have to decide on like, all right, so what type of baseball? So obviously a Julio ball would be preferred, even though I already have one from his rookie season. But if I can get another Julio ball, that would be ideal. And then getting someone from the Cardinals, if I can get a Goldschmidt or a Nolan Arenado ball, that would be what I'm going to be going for. I'm going to be trying to get, Julio, Nolan Arenado, Goldschmidt, or Wilson Contreras. I mean, we're going to be looking at trying to get one of those four guys, but primarily Goldschmidt, Nolan, or Julio. That's really where we're going to be looking. But, man, exciting. Let's go. And it's good my buddy bought the tickets, now, because if you keep waiting, that's when, the availability, instead of getting 13th row, we probably would have had to get 23rd row. You wait a little bit longer, then you're like, have to find a different section to go into the game. So.
Drop everything. Get to the Xfinity Hello 2023 sale. Click, call, or visit a store today.
What if a mouse could change the world? If elephants could fly? If a princess could look like me? If stories could come to life? If I could watch heroes save the day? And become a hero myself? What if it could be a huge party with my friend Mickey?
Here is where 100 years of Disney dreams
Appreciate you, Louise.
at the Disneyland Resort.
Whether you're here or you're not here. Appreciate you.
In 2023, join Planet Fitness for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime, and get energized with tons of equipment. Simply join through the free
9-6 Packers. We're at halftime. All the attention for Mike.
Maria, Tony Jason here with you, and we're going to get you caught up on the best of the end of the regular season, Week 18. Jalen Hurts returns after missing 2 games, and it's just what the Eagles ordered.
Yes, he's back, and guess who he found early and often? A.J. Brown. Getting that combination back together. Philadelphia looks good.
Eagles are the #1 seed for the first time since 2017, but Jason, it didn't look good for the Cowboys.
Yeah, the Cowboys did not look good. Dak Prescott did not have a good day. He was late and behind on the quick out, and Kendall Fuller made him pay.
Well, you're taking a look at the NFC bracket now. Cowboys will visit Tom Brady and the Bucs next week. Niners will host either Seattle or Green Bay, and the Vikings will take on the Giants. As for the AFC, obviously an emotional day in Buffalo. Naheem Hines.
Well, unbelievable.
He energized the crowd with the opening kickoff, and now New England has Buffalo momentum scored to take the lead. Hines again for the second time. He was awesome.
Yeah, that one was for 101 yards. Go be the number 2 seed in the AFC with that win. And the Patriots aloft, which then opens the door for the Dolphins, Jason.
It was a slugfest down in South Florida. Jason Sanders takes the game-winning field goal late. Miami ends up winning 11-6.
Hines returns 2 kickoffs for TDs. That's unbelievable. How the fuck does that happen? Not only to do it once, but to do it twice. You kidding me?
They may have the steepest hill to climb of any team wild card weekend. They didn't have Tua today. And if they don't have him next week, our model says they have just a 22% chance of knocking off the Bills.
Yeah, Dolphins ain't winning that game. No Tua, no Teddy. They're fucked. Ravens are fucked. They're not winning that game. Chargers and Jags could go either way, depending on, the rhythm of the game. The Chargers are the better team, but the Jags could win that game. And then you got the Chiefs, obviously, as the top dog.
Take it back to the Dallas Cowboys because they're taking on Tampa Bay, and we saw them play each other in week 1. Tampa Bay got the
All right, no problem. You have a great rest of your night. If you can come back later, please do.
One of the best teams in the league, but they haven't been very good on the road on grass. They're 1-4, and I really
1-4 on grass, just like I was saying before. Cowboys not as good on grass, and if they have to play on grass, they might lose to Tampa. Cowboy fans don't like that. And that's sad, too, because I don't even want to win that game. But, someone's got to win. And then the Vikings and Giants are both pretenders. And even if the Green Bay or Seattle goes against the Niners, Green Bay and Seattle have no chance against the Niners. 0%. Not happening. Niners are the second best team, behind, obviously Philadelphia. And if Philadelphia slips up in any way, I know San Francisco can make it all the way to the Super Bowl or NFC Championship game. They're good enough. They're the most well-balanced team. And it don't even matter if they have Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, or Jimmy. Like, the worst position for them might be the quote-unquote quarterback. But look at Brock Purdy's numbers. And I think the Niners are on some crazy 10-game win streak. So if they're talking about the hottest team in the NFL right now, it's the San Francisco 49ers. And I've been saying that for months. So
hello, little one. Welcome to the great unknown. Not the okay unknown.
I said that to my buddy. We got to get some baseballs. Yeah, I don't know how many games. And the All-Star game is in Seattle. My buddy's already got tickets because he had a mini ticket package. So if he doesn't take his dad, obviously I would love to go see the Home Run Derby and see the All-Star game, to be able to see all those legends. Because like I said, the last time they came to Seattle was 2 years ago in 2001 in Ichiro's rookie year. So if I don't go with my friend, I'm going to have to try to find a way to get up there, because if I don't end up going to that, I could always record, the All-Star game here live, but it's not going to be the same if I can actually be there in person. Like actually trying to get an All-Star foul ball or something. Oh my God, that would be insane. And they're going to have special baseballs for not only the Home Run Derby, but for the All-Star game itself, with a little label or a little print on it, I assume. So fucking stoked.
Right, it wasn't easy. Baltimore did some good things on the defensive side of the ball. And if Lamar Jackson's back next week, who knows how this game goes. But Burrow's ability to escape bad plays, not put the offensive bad.
Shout out to DeMar.
And then, of course, make positives a lot of the
He
time.
sounds like he's getting better, but he's still got a long recovery. That's big facts.
Watch that. Just avoiding staying in the throwing position. And then look at this. You like this? A little pass action right there.
Oh, yeah. Sisters and brothers for the chicken. Yes.
That's why he was smoking cigars in the locker room, looking forward to the rematch against the Ravens. But the question is, will they be facing off against Lamar Jackson?
Yeah, if the game didn't go long, we would have been able to hit that Nashville hot chicken place that we always go to. But I got my ball in the bottom of the 9th inning, and I think the game went 13 innings. So by the time we ended up taking the lift from the stadium to the chicken place, they closed a half hour early for whatever reason, and they wouldn't let us in. So that was kind of shitty, but we're going to definitely go there first, and I'll take pictures, on Twitter and Instagram. It's the best meal I've ever had in my life. They got homemade mac and cheese with bacon, but the chicken, Nashville hot chicken, it's got the best spices. It's the best chicken in the Northwest area, Washington or Oregon. It's amazing. So, I would drive 3 hours just to go eat at this place. So that would tell you how good the food is. I would never drive that far for food, sometimes 30 minutes to an hour if it was really special. But usually when we go there, we go to the games, we go to Mariner games, and we make sure we eat and kind of enjoy Seattle when we're there. So And my buddy got a new car too, so we never really used his car. We would normally take the train up there, but it sounds like he'll drive, and then I can just help out with gas and things like that. So I'm stoked. Oh, nice. I think I saw that earlier today.
The average savings for health coverage at OregonHealthcare.gov is $483 per month. That's like $6,000 a year. Don't leave money on the table. Go to OregonHealthcare.gov before January 15th.
Business can happen anytime, anywhere. So help yours thrive and stay connected with the Comcast Business Complete Connectivity Solution. It's the largest, fastest, reliable network, advanced gig speed Wi-Fi, and cyber threat protection, starting at just $49.99 a month. Plus, you can save up to 60% a year when you add Comcast.
Damn, Shep's got some weather out there.
How to get up to a $750 prepaid card. Complete connectivity, one solution.
I need to go get one of my Gatorades here, so give me just a sec, and I'll be right back, and we'll get into the third quarter here in just a second.
American Family Insurance, we're here to carefully protect your dreams. All right, over your eyes. Welcome home. We'll see you later. Save up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto insurance today. Get a quote or find an agent at amfam.com.
American Family Insurance.
Impact. We can go unseen, but never unfound. We see you all day in and day out fighting for criminal justice reform. We see you, Chris, using the power of literature to help the incarcerated build a better future. We see you, Serena, working with law enforcement to revise policies. The game changers making it all happen. We see what you do, and we support you.
This broadcast is copyrighted by NFL Productions for the private use of all audience and video use of this broadcast. Any pictures, descriptions, or content of the game without consent of NFL Productions is prohibited.
Tonight's first half highlights are brought to you by Chevrolet.
Welcome to Lambeau Field, Green Bay, Wisconsin. Temperature is 24. Win and in for Green Bay, and off we go. Lazard, and he stopped, and Deloney was all over it. Hutchinson chases up and gets up. How about that? Barber tugging terrific grab. Get him again. Hutchinson, 2 sacks.
Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Final half of the regular season, and then the postseason. And one spot remains. It'll be Green Bay or Seattle. Right now, Green Bay leads by 3. Hutchinson, a couple of sacks. He's the 4th player since they started officially tracking sacks.
All right, want to give some snugs to Paisley, and here we go. We're about to get started.
Packers offense, no touchdown first half of both games against the Lions this year. They were limited to 9 points total in the game at Ford Field. Green Bay win and in Santa Clara to play the 49ers on wild card.
Well, I'm stoked about those Cardinals tickets, man. It's gonna be so much fun. I'll definitely take a lot of pictures for you, Sarah. And like I said, I'm gonna do everything in my power to like I said, to try to get in a position. I mean, obviously with a Goldschmidt, depending on who bats left and who bats right. If we're off first base, we're gonna want it right-handed batters. So if it's left-handed batter, the positioning of the baseball and the swing has to be perfect to go to our side. So normally that would be more of like maybe a Nolan instead of Paul and Julio, but you never know. I mean, I've had very, very good luck, when I've gone to these games. So, I mean, but to add Kike Hernandez, a Julio rookie ball, Aaron Judge in his historic home run season ball, and then if I can end up getting a Goldschmidt or a Nolan ball or another Julio ball, ooh, that would be great. But I might even, depending on how many I get, if I do get an opportunity, if it ends up being a Mariner one, maybe I'll give it to my friend, because my friend has been, Justin, he's been to hundreds of games. He used to live in LA when he was a kid, and he's lived in Oregon here for the last, maybe 10 or 15 years of his life, but he used to live there, and he used to go to Dodger games all the time, and he's been to a bunch of Mariner games. He's probably been to like 100 games, in his life, and he's never gotten a ball. But again, you have to be a honey badger, right? You have to be able to be ready. You have to go after it. And if you're not in that mode, of trying to be able to, because you have like a half second to a second to react. If you don't react right away, you're not going to get the ball. So, but I know that he's been wanting one. But I do have some gifts for him, Mariners and Blazers stuff out of my collection that I'm going to give him. So, all right, third quarter, 9-6 Packers. Come on, Goff. Let's go, Lions. Come on, Goff. Go, go, go. That's crazy, too, because normally he'll actually talk with me first before buying. You know what I mean? But he knows what I like. He knows where I want to sit. He knows where I'm going to be able to get the ball. And like I said, row 13, that's pretty nice, especially at this point, because, like I said, we can get closer seats where you can be front row. But if you go front row, normally they're going to give the baseballs to the kids. You don't want to be that asshole adult that tries to steal a baseball from a kid, after an inning ends and they flip it to him. You know what I mean? I'm not that type of guy. I want to be able to go after a ball like a foul ball, on my own. So throw is low, incomplete. But when you're about, row, I would say normally 10 to 20, that's kind of the sweet spot. 15 to 22 is really perfect, because that's when you get to a spot where, that's kind of where the angles go with the foul balls in Seattle. So, and then obviously when I got my Aaron Judge, I was sitting off third base because that's where Preston wanted to sit. Obviously he's a Marlin fan, so he's a big Giancarlo Stanton guy. And the first time we saw the Yankees a few years ago, Stanton ended up playing great, but we didn't get a ball. And then he didn't play in this last matchup, but definitely had that Aaron Judge moment, and it was awesome. Besides getting assaulted, because it seems like I get assaulted every time I get a ball as well. People try to get a little ornery, So 2 out of the 3 baseballs that I got assaulted for them. But hey, yeah, it's worth it. I got the baseballs in the end. So, all right, 9-6. A little bit slow of a matchup here, but hey, it's the last matchup of obviously the regular season, and hopefully we'll get a few goats to come through to say hi. And we definitely exceeded the expectations just with Louise alone. If Louise didn't come in here, I don't know really where we're at. Dono wise, we're probably sitting at what, $20 or less, maybe $10 or less. So awesome for him to come in here and show love. Like, show a lot of love, like above and beyond. Like, we don't really have too many people that'll do a dono train by themselves like this. And it's really special. $5, $10, $100. Are you kidding me? Another $5, another $5, another $20, another $20, another $100, another $50. I mean, that is just out of this world, man. I mean, we even have heavy hitters that sometimes don't even go that far. Like we've had Cyberpunk and Holly and Mr. Williams and a few others that have done something like that and big numbers. Nate the Great as well. Crazy. Thank you, Louise, man. Way to save the stream. So Cyberpunk saved us on Saturday on the morning stream or early afternoon stream and the late stream, and Louise saved us today. Awesome. Now we just need to get some more scoring here. He really is, you know what I mean? Like I said, I have friends of all races, of all ages, but like I said, a lot of the like Latino friends that I have like a really good bond with, we grew up kind of in a similar fashion, where we had to really work hard and we've seen work ethic, at a very early age. And a lot of my Latino friends are not lazy. They really work hard and they grind. A lot of them are a lot smarter than people think they are. And I've always got along with those grinders, regardless if you're white, Mexican, Asian, black, it don't matter. But it's just nice to be able to have those bonds. Marcos is another one as well. He's been an OG friend of mine for a long time. And just nice to be able to have that support, you know. And it's sometimes it even surprises me because it's not like Louise is my best friend. It's not like we hang out every weekend. And for someone to respect me that much, and we made an impact on each other's lives while we were working together years ago, that he would be able to do something like that, not just a one-time thing, but continuously coming in here and showing love. It really does touch your heart, and it means a lot. 9-6 Packers. Rodgers. Little bootleg rolling to his right. Short gain. Second down and 4. Shotgun set. Hands off to Aaron Jones. Hit him with a spin cycle and breaking away almost. Good shoestring tackle by Joseph. Aaron Jones. Who? Aaron Jones. First down, Packers. First down and 10. Rodgers, hands off. Aaron Jones, good gang tackle there. Short game. Nice job. Let's go defense. Let's get it. I wish people would learn, you know, the etiquette. You know what I mean? Some people will be a part of this channel for a long, long time, and you know, mouthing off to me is not the way to go about things. And the sad thing is also too, I could care less if I won the championship or not. You know what I mean? But when things aren't lined up to be, you know, straight up like fair, I mean, you can't claim yourself as champ and then acting like I'm mad that I didn't win it all. That has nothing to do with it. It's all about the fairness on the title, you know. And if someone's got, you know, Mixon, Higgins, and Burrow, and then they only play the first quarter, and you got Jamar Chase, and then you think that it's fair that you ended up winning the whole thing, and then I'm sour that I didn't win the championship. Like, come on, dude. You know, some people can be mature about things and, you know, care about DeMar, and some people obviously do not care. So you live and you learn, you know. And one thing is for sure, you don't fucking mouth off to me like that. You know, thinking that, you know, you might get away with that on another channel. You ain't going to get away with that with me, dude. And me not winning a championship, I could care less. Of course, I want to win, but once you get eliminated, that's it. You know what I mean? You move on. Of course, I felt like I had a great team. I know you had a great team, but that had nothing to do with it. It's about DeMar, and it's about, you know, the fairness, especially when they didn't actually reschedule the game. And the Bengals, I really feel that would have won that game too. So to try to claim yourself as champion and say, oh, shit happens, that's fucking ridiculous, dude. Sometimes there's things more than a fantasy football championship and money, you know. You have to look at the circumstances that what led you to get to that point. 9-6 Packers. Second down and 7. Rodgers almost picked. Good defense. That saved the touchdown. Joseph with the big defense. I mean, what did he think he was going to accomplish with that? It's all good. You'll have to find someone else to talk Mariners with now. Yeah, you live and you learn. You know, we've already seen people act that way before. Hasn't been good. Third down and 7. Shotgun set. Rodgers. Pass incomplete. Romeo Doubs, the intended receiver. I mean, you can't claim anybody as champion this year, not based on that particular scenario. And then to act like that shit don't matter. And then just put yourself in Shep's shoes. Imagine if you had Burrow, Higgins, and Mixon, and then that's like a third of your lineup, 3 out of 9, and all those guys have the ability to put up 70, 80, 90 combined, and it's the first quarter, and then you're going to act like that shit didn't matter. Like, obviously, you're not putting yourself in someone else's shoes if you had those guys, and if it would have happened to you, how would you feel? Kick is up. Oh, he doinked it. No good. Yes. Mason Crosby fumbles the bag again. Fuck yeah. Yeah, baby. Fuck yeah. Good shit. You can definitely tell the people that have the empathy and the sympathy and the people that don't, But that's all good. We'll have other people in the league, and hopefully we don't have any scary shit like that in the future, and then we'll go from there. So. All right, let's go. Come on, Lions. Hope the Natty ends up being pretty good. We'll have to find out tomorrow.
Walmart Plus. New customers get our best deals on all smart products. Right, but what if I'm already a customer? No problem. Hey, Cam. Yeah, it's kind of our thing.
What if I'm new to AT&T?
Cam, can
Hey, but what about for existing customers? At AT&T, we give everyone our best deals on every smartphone. Get up to $1,000 off on our most popular smartphones with eligible trade-in.
When we talk about miles, we tend to think about distance. But what if you
I just hope that TCU doesn't get blown out. I know Shep will definitely wants a Georgia win, and I know he probably would love a blowout, but I hope it ends up being close. I hope it ends up being a close game. I don't assume it's going to be like a 3-point game, but that would be exciting if it ended up being like, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 within touchdown or less. I think that's what we all are hoping for. But in reality, it'll probably be 10 points or more in Georgia's favor, unless TCU gets on the board early and often and creates some turnovers on Stetson Bennett, or, finds a way to get guys to fumble. TCU has an explosive offense, but I just don't know if they have enough for 4 quarters. Yeah, but I'm hoping that TCU, that would be great for college football, but I think the only people that want Georgia to win are the people that are fans of Georgia at this point. So.
Applebee's All You Can Eat is back for just $14.99. So that's eating good in the neighborhood. Well, Magnum PI is coming to NBC. Escape to Hawaii with Magnum, Higgins, and the whole holla. Get in on the action. It premieres February 19th on NBC. Remember, the original Magnum PI featured Detroit-born Tom Selleck, who made the Old English tea worn by the Detroit Tigers famous as he wore it throughout the years. That Old English tea has been on the Tigers' head since 1904. From the 43 on first down, it's Williams bouncing to the outside.
Nice run by Jamal Williams. Let's go. First down, Lions. Let's get it.
Detroit Lions are in business, and they just have to put something together. This has been a tremendous offense this year. They need to wake up.
Goff, little play action, going long, going deep. Got a man. Oh, baby. Here we go, Lions. One pride, baby. Let's go. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. You kidding me? Woo, baby, baby, baby. Let's go. Touchdown, Lions, Jamal Williams, baby. Let's go. It'll just make me so happy if the Lions win based off Jamal Williams playing great. You know, I love that. 16 tutties for the season for an RB2, leading the league in the NFL in tutties, and he's not even the RB1. My man, Jamal Williams, probably the most entertaining football player in the NFL if you listen to him interview. He seems like one of the realest guys that's in the league, and that's big facts. Nice job. Fuck yeah. Let's go, baby. Yeah. Extra point is up, and it's good. Take that. I love it. Fuck yeah. Now they can't let their foot off the gas. 13-9, Lions. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
To you, it may just be an elevator. Here goes nothing. But for a young homeowner becoming their parents, it's a learning opportunity. Come on in. The more the merrier. Paris, huh? Bonjour. We got any out-of-towners in the elevator? No, it is not easy. 10th floor, huh?
Damn, Khalif Raymond with that long catch. Wow, unbelievable.
Progressive can save you from becoming your parents, but we can't save you money when you bundle home and auto with us.
That was terrible. Okay, let's hang back. We're going to try that again.
You're spending all your time on a quest for a new job. But you'd rather be on a quest for dragons. You need a way.
I mean, they're so it doesn't really matter who wins. I mean, like I said, obviously if Lions win, Green Bay gets eliminated, but it's not like Seattle's going to beat the 49ers. And if Green Bay wins, they're not beating the 49ers either. So, but I guess if you want to get into the playoffs for a chance to do it, that'll be all nice and dandy. But Niners are not losing to those two teams. Not happening. It's like the one team that you don't want to play other than the Eagles, and it's San Fran. San Fran actually might be more dangerous than the Eagles right now because they don't have as many injuries as Philly with Hurts and Lane Johnson and a few of the others that they have. But it looks like everyone's starting to get healthy at the right time. But, you know, you definitely don't want to have your star MVP quarterback be injured in December. You always want to make sure you're 3-1 or 4-0 in December. And if you end up being 1-3 or 2-2 or you have injuries, usually that means you're not winning the Super Bowl. Not happening, Matt. Not with the Niners. I mean, anyone can beat anyone, but it's not Niners. And it's not, obviously, Philly is going to have that spot. But, I mean, like the Tampa Bay could beat Dallas. You know what I mean? Minnesota and the Giants. I mean, whatever. But not Niners are too deep. They're a physical team. They have good defense. They're on a 10-game win streak. Let's be real. It's not happening. I mean, the Eagles have the bye, and the Niners are sitting there in the 2. I mean, the Niners, to me, are much better than Dallas. And I know a lot of people love Dallas, but the thing that holds them back is coaching and play calling, and that might be the reason that they lose to Tampa. They could easily beat Tampa, right? But they could also easily lose to Tampa as well. We know this. It's happened before. But you got to look at the talent level. Who's a physical team, who runs the ball, who plays good defense. Those are usually the teams that go very, very far. Okay, look at Tampa. Look at the Rams. I mean, Philadelphia and San Francisco are built like those two teams. Dallas, you could say, is built like those teams as well, but they got shitty coaching. And if you got shitty coaching and play calling and decision makers, that's going to be the difference between maybe you getting there or losing earlier than you should. 13-9 Detroit. Let's go. Shotgun set. Play action fake to A.J. Dillon. Get him. Second down and 10.
I tell you, Aleem McNeil is a joke inside. I watched a highlight reel of him sometimes. And I think he's so big, you don't expect him to have that kind of quickness inside, but you could see him running down Aaron Rodgers on that one. And right now, it's the Green Bay Packers who need something out of the future Hall of Famer and Aaron Rodgers. Sometimes your great players just activate.
Second down and 10. Rodgers. Nice tackle. I think Dallas, does look good, but I just don't think their coaching is good and their play calling. They got a defense. They got Dan Quinn. You got an offensive line. You got offense. You got weapons. Dak is healthy. I mean, if they actually had good coaching like Sean Payton there with Dan Quinn, the Dallas could probably make the Super Bowl or NFC Championship game. But there's a stigma over Dallas because we know they're good every year, but they choke every year. They never can get over the hump. And a lot of that is due to play calling and coaching, not execution of the players and the play calls. Usually it comes down to the play calling and then the coaching and the time management, the clock management, and then obviously the players fuck up that call towards the end. So, I mean, even if Dallas doesn't look good, they're still probably the third best team in the NFC. Philly, San Fran, Dallas. I mean, who's better than Dallas? Those two teams, but I'm not sure if anyone else is better than them. I don't know if I could label Tampa better than Dallas right now. Can't do that. Can't be Seattle. Can't be the Packers. Can't be the Giants. Can't be those teams. Can't be the Vikings. They don't have a defense. So a lot of pretenders. They're going to be in the playoffs. First down and 10. It's like 3 contenders in the NFC, 3 contenders in the AFC, and that's it. Bills, Bengals, Chiefs, Eagles, Niners, and I guess if you want to say Cowboys as the third, but I don't even want to really put them in that category. It's pretty much Eagles, Niners for me. And then I need to see Dallas prove that they can win a playoff game, and then we can put them like in that solid number 3 spot. But if you compare them to a lot of the other teams, I mean, not a lot of teams have balance like them, and you need balance. Second down and 6, 13-9, halfback toss. Aaron Jones, very close to the first down marker. And you can't really, if you're going to base on the Dallas not looking very good today, it's not like they played all their starters, 26-6 on the road, but I mean, they're resting their guys. So you can't really base it off that. I mean, the Cowboys are fucking 12-5. That's a fantastic year for them or any team for that matter. But I don't have any confidence of them, getting to the NFC Championship game or, winning multiple playoff games. They might be able to win one, but I'm not sure if they're good enough to win more than one. 3rd and inches. QB sneak for Rodgers. First down, Packers. Move the chains.
Ago to have this game be meaningful, and he's taking it personally. You can tell he's taking this team on his back right now.
PI, big long catch for Aaron Rodgers to Christian Watson. PI on the play, still comes down with the football. First down, Packers. Move the chains.
Sometimes these guys do things that I just shake my head. I like, we didn't do that.
One thing is for sure for Green Bay, they hit it out of the park with their Georgia defensive players, as well as Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs. They got good players from both of those guys. So even though Devontae is gone and Devontae is better than both of those guys combined, those guys are still solid. So whether it's Jordan Love, Aaron Rodgers, or a different quarterback in the future, at least as far as the, supporting cast with, Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon, Romeo Doubs, Big Bob Tonyan, and obviously Christian Watson. They got some quality players there. I mean, that's why they're still going to be successful. They're still going to be, sniffing around the playoffs if they're not in the playoffs in the future. 2nd down and 8. Play action fake. Rodgers. Back of the end zone. Touchdown. Packers. Aaron Rodgers to Allen the Lizard Lazard. Touchdown. Green Bay. Come on, Lions. Good pass right there, too. Should have been better coverage from 39, but just a good throw. Extra point is up, and it's good. All right, Lions, your turn.
Sorry to interrupt. I need to get out of a toxic relationship.
All right, Allen. Allen's a solid receiver, too. You know what I mean? It's like they got good players. I mean, if you really want to break it down, even if you're a hater, I mean, this is a good player. 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 This is a good tight end. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just like they have weapons.
My husband and I have never been more active.
Shingles doesn't care.
I just fantastic with my coworkers.
Good for you. Shingles doesn't care. Because no matter how healthy you feel, your risk of shingles sharply increases after age 50. But Shingrix protects.
You might be the only one rooting for the Packers, Matt.
Shingrix is a vaccine.
We don't root for the Packers on this channel.
Shingrix does not protect everyone.
Not happening.
Severe allergic reactions to its ingredients or to a previous dose.
Packer fans don't keep their word. Packer fans are liars. Can't support that ever.
Swelling at the injection site, muscle pain, tiredness, headache, shivering, fever, and upset stomach. Shingles doesn't care, but Shingrix protects. Shingrix is now $0 for almost everyone. Ask your doctor about Shingrix today.
All right, Jared Goff and the Goffense. You're up next, baby. For me, I feel that some of the fans are very, very good, but I feel a lot of them are fake. They put on a fake face, say fake things. They're not genuine. You know what I mean? And also on top of that, being an extra dickhead towards the Lions, the Bears, and the Vikings when there's no need to be. You've already been on the top of the division for years and years and years, and you can really learn a lot about a person on the way they treat other people and other fan bases. When there's no need to be extra and you just choose to be extra just to be that way, I mean, that says a lot about the person in my eyes. And I feel like a lot of Green Bay people are that way. They don't know what it's like to struggle. They don't know what it's like. They feel entitled. They feel that things need to be given to them. You know what I mean? And yeah, I understand you've been a great franchise, right? But the reason why you haven't won a lot of Super Bowls, you don't have a fucking owner, overhyped.
Jared Goff is 10 years old. He's growing up in Northern California. He's a 49ers fan. He's a Cal Bear fan, too, because both of his parents...
And plus the way that Aaron handles himself, too. Not being truthful, about the the vaccination and everything else. You know, I get it. You got a lot of Hollywood friends and whatnot, but you know, the guy does not come across as a very genuine person to me. You know, based on everything I've seen on Pat McAfee, everything I've read, every video I've ever watched, you know, it definitely seems like, you know, he's got his circle, you know what I mean? But he tries to come across as a nice guy and he cares about people. But to me, it comes across as very fake and fugazi. You know, there's definitely people that he cares about in his life. You know what I mean? But, you know, to act like he cares about every single teammate in the building and how he, like, you know, him and Devontae are super close. That's bullshit. Because if they were super close, Devontae would have never left. Facts. (16-13) Packers. Goff with the play action. Pass incomplete. What happened to my hands? Come on, Jameson Williams. 16-13 Green Bay. You know, everyone's going to have their favorite, you know, franchises and, you know, favorite teams. But I also pay attention to the fans and how they talk about other teams, you know, not only in their division, NFC teams, other teams that are in the league, you know, and I don't really have too many positive things to say because I hear the whispers. I hear how they talk about the other teams. And, you know, they definitely, you know, they don't know what humble pie is at all. Sometimes it's good to lose so you can feel that feeling that everyone else feels, you know, instead of feeling entitled all the time. Good defense by the Packers. 16-13 Green Bay is up. 4th and 5. 2:28 left in the third quarter. Yeah, and for the, you know, Packers to start gaining some ground, let's be honest. How many good players does the Lions have on defense, right? You got one out of 11. So for you not to be able to get a bunch of touchdowns is kind of a disgrace. You got one guy out of 11 that's actually a solid player. You got 10 guys that are you know what I mean? It's not like the Lions have all these great players, good defense there on special teams, popping the ball out. But it's not like the Lions have this like amazing roster on defense. John Kaminsky, Isaiah Buggs, Alim McNeil, Malcolm Rodriguez. Who the fuck are these guys? Alec Anzalone. We know who they are. Jerry Jacobs, Deshaun Elliott, Kirby Joseph, Okuda, obviously at one point was supposed to be a guy. Will Harris. A lot of these guys sound like baseball players. They don't even sound like football players. The only one that's a really solid piece is Aiden. I mean, we got good offensive line, good wide receivers, good running backs, quarterback. But let's be honest. I mean, the Lions defense doesn't have anything. The Packers should be up by a lot more than 3 right now, especially when they have one good guy on defense going after them. First down.
Last week, he had been covering kicks and blocking for kicks.
16-13 Green Bay, first down and 10. Halfback toss to Aaron Jones. Good tackle from behind. Short gain. Holding on the offense. I know some people love him, but I'm not a fan. You know what I mean? Like, I know some people are gonna bleed, you know, the green and the gold. You know what I mean? They're gonna love those guys, Brett Favre, you know, Rodgers. But like I said, you know, they can feed me all the propaganda that they want, but they're not gonna force me to like someone that I don't like. So, because it's not only about what you do on the field, it's what you do off the field. That's a big part of, you know, fandom to me. You know, having guys that are class act guys on and off the field. And if I feel that there's any fakeness, fugazi, shadiness, lying, I'm not going to back a guy like that. First down and 20. Shotgun set. Rodgers. He's got a man. Picked. Yes. Let's go. Let's go. Take that, Rodgers. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Now you got to get points, but let's see if the flag is on Green Bay or Detroit. Last time Detroit got ripped off on a big play. Let's see if they get ripped off again. Hopefully this is on Green Bay. And we need to be able to at least try to tie this game up with a field goal, 16-16 up. Let's see.
Discussion here after the flag was thrown. I didn't see Rodgers get hit after the play.
What is the call? Wow. Packers bailed out again. Fuck out of here. Jesus Christ. You kidding me? That's what happens when you only have one good player on defense out of 11. Kaminsky. What the fuck are you doing? That was unnecessary. He didn't even have to do that. Shit, man. Well, they get screwed again. I mean, there was a penalty, but that's tough. That's tough when you have like an offensive lineman or, you know, some kind of just petty call that wasn't even really a part of the play. But, I mean, there's penalties on every fucking play. There's holding on every play. That is tough. So now we got, what, 2 big ones in the Packers' favor, and Lions haven't got anything to fall their way just yet, but we still got another quarter left. You never know.
Anzalone just went along for the ride on that one. He is a stud.
Both backs, Dillon and Jones, have played every game this year.
Second down and 1. Shotgun set. Rodgers, hands off. A.J. Dillon leans forward. First down, Packers. Move the chains.
That Aaron Rodgers can go to. So if he wants to throw it every down, he can throw it every down. But so far, Aaron Rodgers is being patient, and when he starts drives by running the football, it sets up opportunities in the pass game.
First down and 10. Rodgers, hands off. Dillon, gain of a couple. It's going to take us to the end of the third quarter. And if Detroit didn't miss that field goal, we're knotted up at 16, but still, it's in reach. But you need Jamal Williams. I'm telling you, if you get Jamal Williams and, you know, Jameson Williams, that could be the savior. Amon-Ra St. Brown needs to get involved as well, but I really feel this could end up being the difference. They cannot go away from this. Hopefully they listen. End of the third quarter. Packers 16, Detroit Lions 13.
Turn your low energy into big fitness energy in 2023. Join Planet Fitness for $1 down, $10 a month, cancel anytime. Get energized with tons of equipment.
You got some new interviews and things set up. You said on Tuesday you got a few of them. But you're going to go into work in the building. Yeah, anytime it seems like you do like a remote thing, it just, you know, it's been very difficult. Like I said, you had the one appliance job and then a few others after that. I mean, I get it. It's not easy. And also, too, you got to find something where, you know, if you do miss a little bit of time, they're not going to just, you know, let you go. But unfortunately, that's just the way that it goes. And a lot of times, you know, you have serious back issues or, you know, you have to get readjusted or you get sick. A lot of times these people, they don't even care, you know, if you're telling the truth or not. I know a lot of people out there lie about stuff, but even when you got doctor's note, they don't even care. You know, they'll depending on the company. So hopefully you'll be able to find something that suits you well. And, whether you have to go into an office or not be behind a computer, for 8 hours a day, just got to find that right balance. And hopefully you'll be able to find the right managers, the right benefits, and everything will fall into place for you in 2023. Yeah, it's just unfortunate that, when the people are honest and they actually have, issues, health issues or things going on, but then you got 90% of the people that fake that stuff and lie about it. So then when someone comes along like yourself that actually has something like legit sickness, right, they don't care. They're just like, well, she's lying just like all the other Rogers and Bobbies and Larrys that have lied before. And not everyone's a fucking liar. I mean, it's just sometimes people have things that come up, just unfortunate. But I know you'll be able to find something.
Like that, but it also protected them throughout the course of their career. When your feet are off the ground, you don't have linemen falling into your knees and the knee surgery. We know how long these guys were able to stay healthy.
All right, 16-13. We got 1 quarter to go. Someone's going to the playoffs. Is it Seattle? Is it Green Bay? We will find out here in 15 minutes. Unless we go to OT. OT. And then maybe I'll be able to take Paisley for a late night walk. Rogers. Oh, that was a good pass. Right through the fingertips of Romeo Doubs. What happened to my hands? He definitely threaded the needle there. And even though I don't like Rogers, he does have one of the most purest arms in the league that we've ever seen. I don't have to like him. I don't have to buy his jersey. I don't have to root for him. But I can't take away that he is one of the greats, in this league. He makes it look natural. He's one of the most natural athletic throwers of the football that we have ever seen in this league. I think we can all agree to that. Even if we don't like him, I mean, some of y'all love him, some of y'all don't like him. But one thing we can't take away is that, he got them the Super Bowl. Obviously you had to have a little bit of help, Charles Woodson, right? But he's a special player. But he definitely is coming to the end of his career, you can tell. Doesn't have the ability to throw, for those big touchdown games anymore, it looks like. No Devontae, no Hackett. It's not the same. 4th down.
That was some effort, though. I couldn't see who it was. The hustle back to get there, basically to catch. And yes, that was.
Imagine when Detroit actually has a defense. Imagine when Minnesota actually has a defense. It's going to be exciting. It's crazy to think Minnesota got so many wins this year with no defense at all. Lots of promise for certain teams in the future. 4th and 4, Packers with the punt. And hopefully Detroit is smart enough here. It's like, okay, you got Shark, right? You got Josh Reynolds. You got Amon-Ra. You got Jameson Williams. You got lots of guys that you can go to. You even got Khalif Raymond that had that big, long catch, almost in a touchdown. But if you want to win this game, you cannot go away from Jamal Williams. I don't give a shit if you give it to Swift or not. Swift ain't really the same player as he was, previous years. He's been hurt all year. I can't count on you, but I can count on this. And, like I said, 16 tutties in the regular season. It's like you're breaking the Barry Sanders record, and you're leading the league in tutties as an RB2. That's incredible. Jamal, I'd love to have that guy on Tampa. Good goal line back. Jared Goff, there we go. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 1st down, Lions. My dude.
This is what St. Brown is just so good at doing. He has those little internal kind of moves right at the top of his route. Sort of like
I know, who would have thought, right? And how much was that, Louise? All of it? Did Louise donate all $315? Did we get any donos from anyone else besides Louise, or was that all Louise? And I know Louise did like $70 a couple days ago. There we go. They're listening. Jamal Williams, 1st down, Lions. When you know football, you know football. You know what I'm saying? When you know, you know. I mean, like I said, plus he used to play on the Packers. There's more motivation there. Wow. All Louise. Unbelievable. And Louise has never done, I don't think, that amount before. I mean, he's done, 10, 20, 10, 20, and has done like 50 to 100. But I think that's the first time that he went above and beyond like that. That was awesome. I mean, anyone that does anything over, $10 and up, I mean, that's definitely going above and beyond. I mean, when you do $5 or less, some people can do $1, $2, $3, $4, $5, but when you go 10 or more, that's really when you're showing that true support, that more extra support, Let's go. Yeah, he's fiery. He's emotional. I like that he's very in tune with video games and Pokemon. I mean, he's just a really good dude. Very funny dude too. Very witty, very funny. I think he's probably got the best personality out of anyone I've ever seen interviewed in the NFL in the last 10 years. By far the best in interviews. Funny ass guy. Go Swift. There we go. There we go. I'm glad they're listening. That is the key. Do not go away from the run. When's the last time we saw someone do something like that, Sarah? Can we remember the last time someone did a dono train of like 6, 7, 8 donos by themselves and we hit some incredible number like that? I'm not sure if we've seen anything like that in a long time. I mean, we've seen Mike and we've seen Holly. We've seen Mr. Williams, Cyber, but man, that definitely came out of nowhere. I mean, we'd be at 0 right now. Shows you all it takes is one person to make a difference. Swift. It's like you can have limited people in the room. It don't matter. As long as you're real, genuine, a hard worker, sometimes it can look like it's going to be a complete disaster in a stream, and takes one person and it can take that stream from being, oh, this might not be that great to, wow, we had a stream that we'll probably never forget. It's my boy. Let's go. Second down and 10. Shotgun set for Goff. There we go. Swift tries to hurdle. Don't fumble. Swift, short gain. Jair Alexander with the stop. Crunched him right in the sack. Good thing he's got a cup on. Yeah, it started off a little slow, you know what I mean? But it definitely has picked up in the second half. Yeah, we'll see who gets fired. There are definitely going to be a lot of people getting fired in college football and NFL, for sure. It's kind of sad. Football's almost ending, but we got the Natty tomorrow, and then obviously we got the playoffs, and then we'll transition into MLB and NASCAR, and then we'll do a little March Madness, a little NBA, but we'll be transitioning to, and we'll do wrestling, of course. We got what, Royal Rumble at the end of the month? $76 conversions on 4th down since 2021, most in the NFL. 4th and 2. Come on, baby. Shotgun set. Right there. Yes. DJ Shark. First down. Lions. Let's go. Reflect in the building. What to do? How are you, Reflect? We're rooting for you. I can't root for Green Bay ever, so I'm definitely rooting for Detroit to win. And even though that Seattle eliminated Detroit, Detroit would love to sweep Green Bay and eliminate them from the playoffs. Regardless, Seattle and Green Bay would both lose, to the Niners, most likely, just because they're on a 10-game win streak. They look very, very good. I think Seattle fans, Green Bay fans know they have a shot. But the way that the Niners have been playing, it's you're going to have to play one of the most purest games, I feel, to get past a team on a 10-game win streak. And like I said, I've been talking about the Niners for months now, even before, the Jimmy and the Trey Lance and the Brock Purdy. You can kind of see, I can foreshadow and see things a little bit sooner than some. And, I had a feeling that the Niners were going to be this good and even better than Dallas. I mean, really, it's Eagles and the Niners and everyone else. And then Bills, Bengals, and Chiefs and everyone else. So 5 Super Bowl caliber teams. And, and I can't even really put Dallas in there because I don't think anyone even believes Dallas can win a playoff game or two, and unless they get better coaching and play calling. They have the talent and the team, but they always choke. So until they get past the choking, then we can start giving them credit. But I just don't know if I can trust McCarthy and Kellen Moore. It's kind of crazy to think that they have one of the best teams in the NFL, and the weak spot isn't even a player. It's the coach and the OC. Unbelievable. Ooh, that was dirty. Jesus. Packers, dirty. Look at this right here by Reed. Bang! And bends his head back. That was intentional. Dirty. Absolutely. Well, what makes the Niners so good is they run the ball heavy and play good defense. And if you can run the ball heavy and play good defense, Philly, Eagles, right? Philadelphia Eagles, San Francisco 49ers, Cowboys, you're going to be in every game you play in. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be able to be in every game you play in. And if you look at the Chiefs and the Bills and the Bengals, out of those 3, the Bengals are the only one that really commits to Samaje Perine and Mixon, and they can run heavy, even though they got 3 really good wide receivers, a tight end, and Burrow. But they know how good Mixon and Perine are. You don't get that out of Singletary. You don't really get that out of the Pacheco and Jerick McKinnon. They have a different style. Ring around a Rosie. Chiefs are always going to give you some crazy plays that you've never seen before, right? So the Chiefs are kind of in the world of their own. And they have to be able to come up with creative play calling because their O-line isn't very good and their defense is suspect at times, their secondary and their D-line. And then the Bills, oh, look at that. The Packer player pushed the coach. What is that about? See, I can't back a team like that. You know what I mean? You're pushing an assistant. Why are you pushing one of the coaches? He has nothing to do with anything besides checking on the players. Dirty. Stupid. Yep, ejected. Get your fucking ass out of here, bitch ass. Good. That's what they should do. See, Yeah. And then you get another bump from behind too by another player, 2 Packer players. That's unexcusable. The guy's a fucking, a health person. See? Stupid. That's why I can never support bullshit teams like that. I never will support someone who's fake and fugazi like Rodgers, and then you get dumbasses like that doing stuff like that. Doesn't surprise me one bit. God, let's go, Lions. Win this. They need to go to Jamal here. I mean, it's bad enough they had the dirty play, and then you got to push an assistant, that's just trying to check up on a player. Like, who does that? Like, you know what I mean? Like, who does that? Apparently Green Bay does. And then, of course, they're going to make excuses. They were saying, well, he slightly pushed the player to get him out of the way to check up on his player. But still, that does not give an excuse for you to push with 2 hands, and it's not even someone that is a player. But the Green Bay fans are definitely going to back their own guys and make up excuses on why that was legit and okay. Just short. I call it how I see it. You know what I mean? Like, I see things and we'll call it how we see it. We can't sugarcoat and defend people when they're wrong. A lot of people will defend people on their team and their players and their coaches, based off them doing fucked up things because they're wearing the G on the helmet. I mean, you have to get to a point and realize it's more than that. You have to actually look at the human and look at the player and what they're doing. No excuses. Someone fucks up, Take some fucking accountability. And certain franchises and fan bases will never be accountable for their actions or their players' actions. It's like, oh, the fans are being this way. It's okay. Who cares? Fuck them. That guy pushed the assistant. Fuck it. He deserved it. Fuck them. Fuck the Lions. That's how a lot of those fans are talking about it. That was bullshit. He got ejected. Bullshit. The NFL is rigged. These type of comments that you see like on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and you hear how fan bases react when they know they're wrong and they still try to defend. We don't other fan bases will never respect you. We're never going to respect you. You know what I mean? When you act like that, take some fucking accountability. Stop whining and crying, bitch ass. That looked like a TD as well. Let's go. Give it to Jamal. They can't stop him. 100%. Jamal. Hand off to Jamal, then you get this. Let's go. Your boy, ESP, baby. Your boy knows football. Don't get at me. Touchdown, Lions. I say it. I put up the picture, and it happens. Let's go. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let's get it. You ain't stopping that. And that's the best part about Jamal. Former Packer, 17 tutties, 2 in this game. Not surprised. Badgley, let's go. That's what I'm talking about. And what did I say at the beginning of the game? For them to win the game, they're going to have to run the football. And they're putting themselves in a position to win the game. Great job, Detroit. And plus, I'd rather have Seattle get in the playoffs over Green Bay anyways. I'd have Seattle get in the playoffs over Tampa Bay, to be honest. Still not over, but things are looking good now. Love it. Oh, yeah. One of the best in the world. And they got Frank Ragnow, who's one of the best centers. He's a top 2, top 3 center. So when you look at Frank Ragnow, top 2, some people think he might be the best. You got, Ryan Jensen, you got Kelsey on the Eagles. There's a few others, but most people that are really in tune with the NFL and offensive linemen. I know me and Sarah follow offensive linemen a lot more than most people, and I follow defense, special teams, coaches, OCs, DCs, GMs. We go deeper than just quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end. Most people think Ragnow is the best in the league. And, I know Kelsey's great. Jensen on the Bucs is great. But I don't know if I would argue. I really do like Ragnow. His youth, his body, his movement. Ragnow, if you don't want to say he's the best center, he's like number 2 or number 3 then, if you want to be a hater. Or if you just want to put him in that category. But a top 3 center, and then you got a guy that can play left tackle or right tackle in Penei Sewell, and he's solid too. Rashawn Slater actually played better early, but then Rashawn Slater got hurt, and that was the other left tackle that went to the Chargers that everyone was talking about, the same draft class as Penei Sewell. But Penei Sewell is special, you can tell. And they already have one of the best offensive lines in the league, but they need defense because they only got one guy in Aiden Hutchinson. So, yeah, love me some Penei Sewell. Let's go. Let's go, baby. I can't wait to hear about the Packers cheating comments if they lose this game. How the ejection was bullshit. The refs were against them, even though they got all the calls for Aaron Rodgers to go their way. Oh, Detroit Lions get a pick. Oh, there was a face mask or hands in the face. Oh, there's another big fumble recovery. Oh, no. Oh, there was another defensive pass interference. Look at this. Most rushing TDs in a season in team history. Look at that for a second. What does that say? 17? My God. Over Barry. And what makes it more impressive, and I've said this already like 3 or 4 times in the broadcast, he's RB2. He's not even RB1. Incredible. He's an RB2 to Swift. Incredible. Obviously, Barry, to me, is one of the best running backs of all time. 10 years, 10 Pro Bowls. He never had a bad year, and he had a horrible O-line. Imagine if Barry had the Dallas Cowboy O-line. he would have obliterated every fucking record by a lot. I mean, imagine if Barry played like 15 to 20 years. The record would be so far ahead of him, regardless if he played for Detroit or if he played for Dallas. Hell, if he played for Dallas and it was Barry Sanders instead of Emmett and he played for 15 or 20 years, that record would be so far in the future that you wouldn't even probably be seeing anyone in your lifetime before you died break that record. That's how big of a record it could have been. But, you know, he retired on top, just like Sandy Koufax did, just like Barry Sanders did, and just like Calvin Johnson did, Megatron. And sometimes that's good for your legacy. You know, you left on top. You didn't leave being a shell of yourself. Rodgers, get him. Little screen to Aaron Jones. Short gain. Oh, Max Unger was nice. Yeah. Creed Humphrey is definitely in the top 5. Absolutely. I mean, you know, you could argue in his rookie season that he was the best. I mean, Kelsey's there, Jensen's there, Frank Ragnow's there. But those are, to me, probably, there's other guys that we're not mentioning, you know, that are up there also. But those are definitely 4 out of the top 5 or 6 in the league, for sure. Center is very important. It's that guy that's calling all the protections up front. You know, it's like, you know, you got your quarterback, you got your middle linebacker, but I feel that the third most, you know, significant is the center. If it's a right-handed quarterback, you can say left tackle. If it's a left-handed quarterback like Tua, you can say right tackle. But to be able to, you know, block, pass protect, you know, to be able to pull and do things that other centers and guards can't do, you can definitely tell the teams that have the great centers. Makes a huge difference in the game. 3rd and 2. 2016, Detroit. Quick pass. Christian Watson. First down, Packers. Move the chains. Green Bay has a fumbling problem, so it wouldn't surprise me if Detroit pops it out. If they play like Charles Peanut Tillman, and they try to punch the football out, I bet you they have a chance to do that on this drive. But it all depends if that's like something they game plan for. You know, because we've already seen the ball come up a few times in this game, and they don't have very good ball security. If you actually watch Green Bay this year, they fumble a lot. You know, they might not throw a shitload of picks with Rodgers, right? But this season hasn't been like the previous 2. Cyberpunk in the building. What to do? What's good? Fake toss. Rodgers. Incomplete. Throwing to Allen the Lizard Lazard as if he was as tall as Manute Bol or Murasan or Sean Bradley. Pass incomplete. How are you doing, Cyber? How are you doing, Reflect? Yeah, I know, like I said, I mean, I wish I could be just like super excited about it, but unless you like can win it all, it's kind of like, you know, do we even really deserve to get in when your teams are so shitty? It's like Jacksonville and Tampa got in just because everyone else was worse than them. It's like, I'm not even sure if we really fully deserve it, you know? Rodgers, incomplete on 2nd and 10. But the cool thing is that we actually line up against the team, you know, other than the Giants or the Vikings, that I know we can win against. You know, Seattle, Green Bay, I know we could battle, right? I know Minnesota and the Giants we could battle. But Dallas, right? I think Eagle fans and Niner fans are probably ecstatic because they know they can beat Tampa. But Tampa is one of the teams that can beat Dallas. And Dallas does not play good, you know, compared from grass and turf. They're like 1-4. You know, based off grass than turf. And they play on turf, it's one thing, but they play on grass, they're not as good. So we'll see what happens with Tampa and the Cowboys. Cowboys are the better team, but you never know what magic Tampa can come up with. Picked! Yeah! Yeah! Woo! Yeah! Suck it, Packers. Let's go. Now we got to run the football, bleed the clock, okay? Let's go. All the arrogant Packer fans, all the shit talking, all the extra bullshit towards Minnesota, Detroit, and the Bears. Now you're finally getting yours. Let's go. Seattle, baby. Let's go. Northwest. Fuck Green Bay. Let's go. Let's go. They had another interception that got called back to some hands to the face. So, and it shows you everyone that thought, including Aaron, Nathaniel Hackett doesn't matter. It don't matter. Yes, it does matter. It didn't work with Russell Wilson, but can you imagine, even with Devontae gone, right? They're 8-8, right? But if Nathaniel Hackett was still the OC, right? Let's be honest. What's Green Bay's record? What's the record? Easily 10 wins, maybe even more, because Hackett makes a difference. He knows how to be able to work with Aaron, even if they don't have Devontae Adams. So, to act like, it's only Devontae. No, it was Nathaniel Hackett too. I mean, he helped you get MVP twice, but he acted like he just did it all on his own. It's another reason why I don't like the guy. Let's go. Well, you're the only one rooting for Green Bay, and I can't root for a shit franchise. So, cocky franchise, a franchise that never knows how to, be truthful and honest, always making excuses, never has had to have any adversity. And anytime they have adversity, then they have to claim it's cheating or something else. The league is against them. It's like, bro, your team has been one of the most consistent teams for the last 40 or 50 years. You had Bart Starr, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. But the thing is, Bart Starr got multiple titles. How many titles did Brett Favre get? 1. Right? And he could have had more, but he only got 1. And Aaron Rodgers has been one of the best quarterbacks since he's been in the league from Cal. How many Super Bowls you got? 1. And it shows you. And the only reason that Brett got 1 and the only reason that fucking Aaron got 1, whether you want to admit it or not, Reggie White and Charles Woodson. You have to have a Hall of Famer that you get over in free agency to make the difference on defense. If you don't have that Hall of Famer, guess what? You don't go to the Super Bowl and you don't win. And last time I checked, Reggie White, okay, Charles Woodson, it's pretty clear. But no one really wants to bring up that fact either. Let's go. Well, they had 3 years. They had the first year where they went against the Niners. When the Niners went to the Super Bowl with Jimmy, they couldn't stop the run. Then they played Tampa Bay. They couldn't stop the run. Then they made excuses that their special teams was bad, which it was, with Mason Crosby. Lost to the Niners at home, and that was it. Those were the 3 years that you had a chance, but there's no guarantee that you were going to win it compared to the AFC team that particular year. Green Bay versus Kansas City. Green Bay wasn't going to win. Incomplete to Amon-Ra St. Brown. Oh, he caught it. Oh, he caught it. Yes. And his legs, baby. Woo, yeah, baby. Sometimes it's good to be lucky rather than great or good. He dropped it, but it went in his legs and it never hit the ground. We've seen this happen in the NFL and college more this year than any other year that I can remember. I think I've seen at least 10 highlights, including high school, college, and pro, that have happened like this year. This like insane, opportunity for a catch. And wow, unbelievable. Nice job, Amon-Ra. Woo! And the player landing on him actually gave him stability to get the football. Insane. Woo! First down, Lions. Keep running the ball. Bleed the clock out. You can't stop it. You can't stop it. Yeah. Let's go. I'm not going to be right all the time with sports, but damn, it feels good to be right when you are. Let's go. Cyberpunk, how are you, brother? What's good?
Why do they do that? It's 3rd down and 10. You want to throw hot? Go ahead. Rodgers took the chance, throwing up down the field because he was contacted. The ball just floated in the air, and Joseph comes away with the interception. But for Aaron Glenn,
yeah, and even though the special teams and the defense was good, offense was good, special teams was bad. But when you're at home, you got to be able to throw them more than one touchdown pass. I mean, I know the Niners defense was pretty good, but they were playing in Green Bay, in Lambeau, in the snow, right? And your excuse, what is your excuse? You can't even say I was to blame. I mean, if you're MVP 2 years in a row and you only throw one touchdown pass early in the game and nothing after that, that's on you. That's you to take the blame. That's your fault. You're the leader. You take the praise and you take the blame. You know what I mean? But to blame it all on Mason Crosby and special teams, It's ridiculous. You reap what you sow. Fucking love it. Troy in the building. What do you do? Let's go. Good game. It started off a little slow, and sometimes you just have to know the game plan. And I'll be honest, when Dan Campbell first got the job, I kind of liked him. And I know some people said, this guy's a motherfucking meathead. He's an idiot. He's not a stat and analytical guy. That's okay. You don't got to be a stat and analytical guy, but if you got a stat and analytical guy on your staff, you can listen to him, but he's going to be that blue collar kind of guy, biting kneecaps, breaking legs. And sometimes you need motivated guys like that are a little bit different, right? But it works. And he's genuine. He's honest. He's hardworking. He does drills with the team. I highly doubt LaFleur is going to get on the ground and do push-ups and do drills with the team. But someone who does, this guy. And that's why these guys are going to go to battle for a guy like this rather than, not really give a shit about a guy like this. Maybe a guy like this cares about himself. A guy like this cares about the team. And it shows. Fucking love the guy, man. You know what I mean? And obviously being able to gain the respect and the trust out of your players. It's all one thing if you're going to be raw, and you're going to be really aggressive and in people's faces and really emotional. You have to win some of those games. And for them to start off and be really shitty and then get on this little streak here at the end, it really shows a lot of moxie. And Detroit, they're coming. Same thing with Minnesota. This isn't going to be Green Bay's division every single year anymore. Shotgun set. First down and 10. Jamal Williams. Let's go. And obviously Goff's arm isn't, the best, right? So you already knew if he was going to throw the football a lot, they were going to lose. When you got guys like DeAndre Swift, right? And you got guys like Jamal Williams, 15 tutties going into the game, now has 17. I told you they have to run the football to win the game. And they listened. And they're about to win this game as long as they keep pounding the rock, and defense came up with some nice big plays as well. What's good, brother? '16 Lions. Let's go. Yeah, Lions and Jags. We talked about it in October, but it would be how cool it would be if both teams made the playoffs, even though it didn't look at that time that they would. But it was just something that we kind of thought about. Me and Holly and Sarah and a few of us, we were talking about it. And I was thinking, what? Maybe we can get one of those teams in, because you can kind of see Houston was bad. Titans and Colts were reeling. So we were like, maybe the Jags can do it by default. And then they did, right? But then with Detroit, I don't know if anyone thought we were talking about, Vikings, talking about Green Bay as they were getting hotter. And then everyone kind of just forgot about Detroit. And it's just nice to see Detroit being able to find a way. Exactly. And we were just talking about that before, and you're going to have some Packer fans defend him like he didn't do anything wrong. All good things come to an end, brother. You know what I mean? It's your team. But I never can get behind Rodgers and this team. You know what I mean? So some of your guys' fans are fantastic. Others, very questionable, very suspect. Detroit 20, Green Bay 16, 2nd and 17. Oh, little flip. Go! 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 What a brilliant play call. Let's go. Let's go. Fucking love it. And a lot of times you're the identity of your head coach. You know what I mean? And you can feel when you watch Detroit that they are the identity of Dan Campbell. When I watch Green Bay, I don't see the identity of Matt LaFleur. He's just a guy. Is he a good coach based off record? Yeah. You know what I mean? But I'm not really sure how much that the players respect him and how much he respects the players or really cares, about the players. You really think LaFleur and Rodgers are buddies? Fuck out of here.
Personal price plan simply helps you create an affordable price just for you.
Oh, yeah. Detroit's on its way. I mean, you can start to see certain teams that are going to be getting better and better. And maybe the Lions are a year or two early. Maybe the Jags are a year or two early. But every year it happens where we get teams that capitalize off other teams' mistakes, and they find Uncle Mo, and Uncle Mo stays on the couch, doesn't leave. Momentum builds, and then they end up doing something that is, extraordinary that we just never thought would happen, at least not this soon. So big time. Let's go. Yeah. Yep. And that's one thing. You can have a lot of good players, but if you don't have an owner and you don't have stability and everything goes through the board and you got Kunta and LaFleur, you're going to be in fucking misery every year. Every year the Packers are hyped up, and obviously, Aaron, you know this, but most Packer fans are not stupid. They know that they are going to be at a point in the season when they're going to get their heart ripped out. They know it's coming. They already know that the fuck up is coming. You know what I mean? It's like they got their Super Bowl with Brett. They got their Super Bowl with Aaron like 10 fucking years ago, 12 years ago, right? But since then, they know it don't matter. They can be 10 wins, 12 wins, 14 wins. But when it comes to the big plays and the big moments, they always fuck up, unfortunately. Whether they can't stop the run against the Niners, can't stop the run against the Bucs, shitty special teams, can't win at home, and then obviously pushing a staff member. I mean, it's just unexcusable shit right there. You got to be smarter. Undisciplined. And I agree, they will blow it up. Well, I don't know if Amon-Ra St. Brown is emerging. He's already a top 10 receiver in the league already. If you actually played fantasy football and looked at his numbers, he's been like number 5, number 6, number 7 all year. He's money. And that's what Jared Goff throwing to him. Imagine if they had someone better than Goff. Amon-Ra could be like, in consideration maybe for top 5. You know what I mean? He's got that kind of talent. He's very, very good. Third down and 3. Short gain. And I already knew that was going to happen too. To act like he wasn't very good, and now he's leading the league in tutties, 15 going into the game, 2 today. Of course, that's the ultimate payback. And Jamal is probably the best personality in the NFL, hands down. Every interview that I've seen, very cool guy. Pokemon, video games, down to earth, cool dude, witty, funny, smart. You know what I mean? Like the ultimate teammate. Passion, energy, sacrifice, getting other guys motivated. It's the ultimate team player, a guy that I would love to have on my team. And it is fitting to see Detroit with him on the cusp of beating the Packers with their former player. But, I wish I had a little bit more sympathy for other Packer fans. I have it maybe a little bit for you, Air, but, it sucks knowing that your team is going to fuck up somehow, some way. You don't know how it's going to happen, but every year it can be great or be on the cusp of a playoff run, but you just know something's bad is looming. It's just waiting. 4th and 1. He handed off to Jamal. Game over. Well, the Ravens, with you, Troy, the reason that the Ravens haven't been good, it's not necessarily Lamar's injury. You guys haven't been the same without Marshall Yanda. I mean, I'm watching every aspect of the game, and they have not been the same since Marshall Yanda retired. Yeah! Woo! Seattle's in, baby! Let's go! Sorry, Air. Bang, bang, bang! Bye-bye, Packers. Let's go. I love it. I love it. Yeah. Well, you try to go against me, and that's never going to work, bro. You know what I mean? You want to go against me for your personal, never going to happen, bro. I'm not going to be right on every prediction that I do, but I'm not going to be 100%, 100 out of 100, but let's go. You should know better to go against me, bro. You should know better. You should know better. Let's go. Seattle, San Fran. Let's go. That's what happens when you lie to your boy. You know, that's what happens when you lie to me. Hey, let's work together. Let's do this. Lies, lies, lies. And that's what you get in return. Okay. And that makes me happy. And I hope you're fucking miserable. Let's go. Final score, Lions 20, Packers 16. And that's one thing, you keep your word. Your word is your bond. If you say you're going to do something, you fucking do it. You don't lie about it. And hey, you reap what you sow. Big win. Let's go, baby. Hey, but at least you're in. You're going to lose to San Fran, but at least you're in. You know what I mean? And that's what you guys wanted. It's Geno. You guys got a lot further than expected, Yeah, it's a very wild regular season. If you look at all the teams that actually made the playoffs, and you compare it to what a lot of people predicted at the beginning of the year, no one had a lot of these teams in the playoffs, Single-handedly beat the Packers. Jamal Williams should have never got rid of him. You know what I mean? I thought as soon as they got rid of him, that was the dumbest thing that they possibly could do. And they were hot, obviously in December, but Seattle was more deserving than Green Bay, in my opinion. Yeah, they didn't give up. They got hot in December at the right time. But, like I said, it's really hard to win, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in a row. So, no, A-Rod will be back. It sounds like the money that's owed, I highly doubt that he's going to retire like this. And Nathaniel Hackett got fired. Maybe he comes back as the OC. Maybe, or they try to find some, different maneuvers, within the roster and the organization. But I would assume Rodgers will be back in Green Bay next year. But eventually he's going to retire. But we just don't know when. Let's go. Nice job, Lions. Congratulations, Seahawks. Oh, y'all, Seahawks were going to get in. And the inability to win at home in the big games, that's Aaron Rodgers to a T. For a guy that is a legend, a guy that is a first ballot Hall of Famer, maybe the guy that's the most natural passer that, we've seen in the league. But when it comes to big games, he's the worst. He is the worst. At home, his record is under 500. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be better than that. I mean, you can say, oh, it's the kicker. Oh, it's the special teams. Oh, it's the O-line. Oh, it's the wide receivers. Oh, it's the defense. At some point, it's got to be Aaron. Like, you know what I'm saying? It was me. But you don't really hear him say that it's me that often.
Wisconsin to celebrate. This has been a house of horrors for generations of Lions and Lions fans. And making the playoffs was their hope.
Yeah, but also, too, the pick that got called back to the hands of the face. You guys got a couple favorable calls early before the Lions got a play that didn't have a penalty attached to it. But you got to think, if you're Aaron Rodgers, right? If you're Aaron Rodgers, you just can't, be going for field goal. You got to get tutties. You're Aaron Rodgers. You're not Jared Goff. You're Aaron Rodgers. So, and the Lions have one good player on defense. One. And they won the game. One good player on defense. One. Think about that for a second. The Lions defense consists of John Kaminsky, Isaiah Buggs, Alim McNeil, Malcolm Rodriguez, Alex Anzalone, Jerry Jacobs, Deshaun Elliott, Kirby Joseph, Will Harris. This sounds like a baseball roster, not an NFL roster. Who the hell knows any of those guys besides maybe Anzalone? Is that maybe the only one that anyone's ever heard of? And then you have Aiden Hutchinson. That's huge. The most no-name defensive roster in the league. Detroit's. Nobody good on that defense, but good enough to win today. Nice job. Oh, for sure. And to sweep the Packers twice. And also Rodgers, saying that, how did we lose to a team like this? You don't think that they saw that as an insult? That was the ultimate insult. You know what I mean? Like the Lions are the same old Lions, but they're not. They're on the up and up. So, anyone can use any type of billboard stuff for information and for motivation, but it was the beginning of the end. Sports karma is real. You're going to make a comment like that, and eventually it's going to come back and bite you, and it did today. So that's facts. But it's not like Green Bay was going to do anything in the playoffs this year. I mean, I don't even want Tampa Bay to be in the playoffs this year. Tampa has a 0% chance of winning a Super Bowl. Green Bay had a 0% chance of winning a Super Bowl. So, I mean, does it really fucking matter? You know what I mean? Like, okay, get to the playoffs. But, I mean, when you go, you actually want to be a team that can have a chance to win. So, what did I tell you? I told you. Whether you wanted to believe me or not, I told you you're going to get in. Yeah, stupid. But I imagine there's a lot of Packer fans that are going to defend him. Oh, the guy, he gave him a little shove. So he did it first.
There's still time to save on everything you need with Bi-Mart's latest.
Awesome, love it. I fucking love it. I'm loving it. But also too, it's going to be short-lived. So yeah, Seattle makes it. But also remember, Megan, when you end up playing the Niners, it might get ugly. You might end up losing that game by a shitload. So, it is what it is. All right, I got to delete some pictures here. And there we go, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go. We got the Natty tomorrow. We got TCU and Georgia, which will be awesome. Yeah, we want to look at the bracket now and look at how everything matches up. Ninth straight game without a pick, Jared Goff. He had 15 tutties, no picks since week 10. Love it. My favorite player, one of my favorites in the NFL, Jamal Williams. What a character. And the Packers should have never let him go. The dumbest thing. Like, yeah, I know A.J. Dillon is A.J. Dillon, but Jamal would have been better to pair up with Aaron Jones rather than A.J. Dillon, even though A.J. Dillon's built like a, kind of more of a fullback, running back. But, hey, led the league in touchdowns. 17, baby. Love this kid. That's what I'm talking about. Humble. Real. Genuine. Can't say that for a lot of the Packer players, Packer coaches, Packer staff, and some of the Packer fans. Some of the Packer fans are great, but some of the Packer fans are not so nice and not so humble. So. Tell them. Stop playing with him. Dog, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Packers lack the dog, and they don't got it, and that's why you lost. It's like you let the most genuine guy in the NFL go. And then he was the one that beat you. Not surprised.
You started the season 1-6, and now you finish with a winning record. What do Lions fans have to be excited about with this team?
I'm just so proud of our guys. It's really, when they make the playoffs, but this is the next best thing, and being able to finish this season the way we did, starting off that way, and coming through that like this in the last however many 10 games or whatever. We got some special people in that locker room, and I'm proud to be a part of it.
Congratulations, guys.
All right, let's take a look at this. All right, let's take a quick peek. Seahawks, Niners, Chargers, Jags. That could go either way. But probably the Chargers most likely would squeak that one out unless Jacksonville plays a perfect game. Bills, Dolphins, Bills, Giants, Vikings, they both suck. They don't have a defense. You would assume that Minnesota would win, but the Giants could if Saquon is healthy and plays the whole game. But, Ravens, Bengals, Cowboys, Bucks. Normally I would say Cowboys 100%, but Tampa with grass, Dallas is 1-4 on grass. They're not very good there. So there is a slight chance that Tampa can steal that game, even though I don't want to be in the playoffs. I don't want to win, but Tampa actually has a shot to win that game against Dallas. And then Philly obviously has the bye. The closest game out of all those might end up being Chargers, Jags, and then Minnesota and the Giants if Saquon can play good ball throughout the whole 4 quarters.
Right now, if you're watching on Peacock, live coverage continues. Back in the studio here at Lambeau with Sunday Night Football Final only on Peacock. And when Chris and I come back, we'll peek ahead to the entirety of the NFL.
Oh, you got to go back and listen to any interview that he's ever done. Any interview that Jamal does, I've probably watched like 100 of them. He's always funny, always witty, always bright. He's just a genuine, real dude. And you don't really see that much in the NFL anymore.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip, Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Yeah, but the Giants aren't going to be able to beat the Vikings if they don't get a good running game. If they have to rely on Daniel Jones and the arm, they're fucked. They need Saquon to have a good game and a big game. You know what I'm saying? Because even though Minnesota doesn't have a defense, if Minnesota's at home, I'm not really sure if the Giants are going to be able to win that game on the road. Now, if the Giants were at home, it would be much better for them. But we've seen Minnesota shit the bed, but we've also seen Minnesota play very, very well with no defense all year. So I don't know if I can really count on the Giants winning that game on the road. It's possible. It's possible. Same thing with like the Jags and Chargers. It could go either way. But those two might be the closest on as far as what will happen.
Moderate to severe eczema still disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it disrupts my skin with itch. It disrupts my skin with rash. But now I can disrupt eczema.
All right, what do we want to do, Sarah? Do we want to stop here in like 4 minutes and call it a day? Do we want to go to the 4-hour mark? Where do we want to go?
Many taking folks saw clear or almost clear skin, while some saw up to 100% clear skin. Plus, they felt fast itch relief, some as early as 2 days. That's been
Right. But if you're not being biased and you hate the Vikings, that means you're biased. I mean, doesn't it? You don't trust Minnesota. You're not being biased. You hate them, right? You hate them. So you're not going to give them any credit no matter if they're good or bad. You're a Packer fan through and through, right? But they don't have a defense. We all can agree to that, right? But it's not like you're going to give any credit to any team other than the Packers. That's your team. Besides maybe your husband's Chargers, rooting for them. So yeah, but the Vikings are the biggest pretender. I can't even, put them in the top 4 because, like I said, they can't stop anybody and they don't have a defense. So, it pretty much comes down to the Bills, the Bengals, the Chiefs. Those are the only 3 teams that have a shot. Okay. And on the NFC, Eagles, Niners, that's it. I can't put anyone else in there. Maybe Cowboys as a 3rd team, but I don't know if I can really trust them because the play calling sucks. The coaching sucks. Do they have the 3rd best team in the NFC? Yes, they do. But do you actually trust Dallas to win a playoff game? It just seems like year in, year out, they can be great, but they always fuck up in the 4th quarter or in the play calling atmosphere. So maybe this is the year, or maybe they need to go get Sean Payton, and someone like that. Now, if Sean Payton was there, yeah, I think Dallas could win a game or 2, or maybe even make NFC championship game or a Super Bowl. But if Sean Payton ain't there and it's Mike McCarthy and Kellen, they ain't getting it done. I mean, I'd be very shocked to see Dallas in the NFC championship game this year. So Chief in the building. Did you get a chance to watch Ancient Aliens? Yeah, I told Shep about it. Got to get on that, man. No, nothing on the Cash App side. But luckily we had one person come through and step up for us. So without Louise, we're not at a big number. So shows you, sometimes you'll have 5 to 10 people that'll support. Sometimes it'll just be 1, maybe 2, but you never know who that person's going to be. And sometimes they go above and beyond. So what do we want to do? We want to go to the 4-hour mark. I'm going to try to take Paisley for a late night walk as well. So. All right, what do we want to look at here in the last half hour? We want to do food. Where do we want to go? I got some more pictures I need to delete. Let's go. Love it. Breakfast food sounds good. Let's do that.
NBC Sports. Thank you for watching this presentation of the National Football League.
Yeah, and sometimes you wonder if karma is real or if sports gods are real. You know, you definitely know it's real when they haven't ended up returning a kick in 3 years and 3 months, the number 3, and then DeMar gets, obviously, cardiac arrest twice, and then they haven't run a kickoff return in 3 years and 3 months, and then Hines ends up running not only 1 back today, but 2. Now imagine if he would have done 3. Then you would have been like, whoa, something is in the air. Something is not natural if he would have ran back 3. But to even do 1 was pretty fucking amazing, the opening kickoff, let alone doing it again later on in the game. Pretty wild. Yeah, but you got to understand a lot of it comes from the Packer fans being extra. Let's be honest. You guys have been the best team in the division for years and years and years, drinking Vikings tears, talking shit to the Bears all the time, right? And then the Lions as well. It's not like the Packer fans have been innocent in all this. They're usually the ones that are the instigators towards the other 3. The other 3 are going to talk shit back, and they know they're not as good as the Packers. But when you already know you're the best, sometimes it's better just to be quiet and not have to rile the feathers up when it's not needed. You know what I mean? So you can always tell who the instigator is and who the one is just talking back because someone's starting the fight. You know what I mean? And I know some Bears fans are not good. And I know obviously some Lions fans are extra. And I obviously know Vikings fans. Some of them are extra as well. But you also have to look in the mirror too with a lot of the Packer fan base poking when they didn't need to poke. They already were the best team year in, year out, year in, year out. And eventually karma catches up. That's just the truth. I mean, you guys know it as Packer fans as well. Not all Packer fans are innocent and all great fans. I mean, every fan base has got shitty fans. I think we can all agree to that. Not every fan base has got great fans. Some of them are very extra. Some of them are rude. Some of them are assholes. Some of them have no respect. And that's just how it goes. This is sports. This is life. This is how it goes. But I mean, for me, I don't got any extra sympathy. You know what I mean? I follow every fan base, everything that's said, and you reap what you sow. You can't get all upset. And this happens to the Packers every year. Expectations, Super Bowl, and NFC Championship game, and every single year it ends up in a failure or some kind of fucked up thing that happens at the end. So it's all about taking responsibility and accountability, especially for Aaron, saying, "Hey, I fucked up. It's my fault." Instead of saying, couldn't stop the run, special teams. We got this far because of me, not because of Hackett or anything else. Take some responsibility when things go good and take some responsibility when things go bad. Yes, I am watching Family Guy.
Dancy McGee. She was the best dancer on the staff. As you can tell from this dance party where she's dancing neither better
Yeah, I mean, you lost to the Bengals, lost to the Bills, still number 1 seed. You'll see what happens. You know what I mean? Like I said, there's only 5 teams that I really feel that are Super Bowl worthy. You know what I mean? It really comes down to the Bills, the Chiefs, the Bengals, the Niners, the Eagles. That's it. If you're not one of those 5 teams, you're not winning the Super Bowl, period. I'd be very shocked if it's not one of those 5 teams. Those are the 5 teams that are built the strongest at this point. And if you want to say a 6th team, you know, you could say Dallas, but I don't think anyone really believes that they can go all the way or even get to the NFC Championship game because of the coach and the OC. I mean, maybe this is the year. Maybe we get surprised and maybe Dallas beats Tampa. They win another game and they get to play the Niners or the Eagles in the NFC Championship game. I mean, they are technically the 2nd or 3rd best team behind Philly and San Fran, you know, but I wouldn't put Dallas ahead of San Fran. No way in hell.
I'm poor. I work in a Jewish camp for tips.
Brutal. Plus 3% of frugal. Am I right?
Not the year for it, Peter.
But Dancy, what about the big talent show? Dancy was going to be my partner at the Camp Talent Show, which is the most important thing in this whole story.
After I get my
Yeah, we already knew that was going to happen. They can throw anyone in there, and you knew whoever they put at head coach, they were going to fire, regardless if they were the worst team in football or if they ended up getting 5 or 6 wins. You know. And that's probably good that, you know, Bieniemy didn't actually leave, because imagine if he would have took that job with the Texans, right? They're like, oh, you know, so qualified, and he is, but why would you leave the best team and the best situation? You know, if this guy leaves, maybe you're the head coach or maybe you stay the OC, but there's no point of going to the Texans and then just getting fired after a year and then coming right back. So it actually is a blessing that he didn't actually get a head coaching job. He's in the place that he needs to be. I think most Chief fans agree with that.
I guess I'm just really bad at you holding me over your head while I do nothing.
Keep practicing, you'll get there.
Anyway, I like how you always seem to drop me into the one warm spot in this whole lake.
Yeah. And I like how you're at least 18 years old.
Actually,
I like how you're at least 18 years old. Her nickname was Baby, which means over 18 years old. Anyway, you were falling in love, but then...
Joe, come quick. It's Dancy.
Again?
He's developmentally disabled, and that's the only thing he knows how to say. But still, we should go check on her.
It's bad, right?
No, it's fine. Hey, can you hang on a sec?
President Kennedy said he's excited to show the city of Dallas, quote, just how white a shirt can be.
Has nothing to do with him being black. Could be black, white, Asian, Mexican. It's just a scapegoat. They're a fucking horrible team. They had to have a head coach. They fired a guy. It's not racist. It could have been a white guy, could have got fired. Asian guy, Mexican guy, could have been Riverboat Ron, could have been anybody. You know, anyone that was in that position was going to get fired. Has nothing to do with race. Exactly.
Dad, is she gonna be okay?
She's gonna make it. But I blame you for this, because it's important for the story that I blame you for this.
I'm sorry.
Sorry doesn't cut it. Something this terrible calls for real consequences. No dancing with my daughter at the meaningless talent show. What? No! My word is final.
So what I'm doing right here is
He ain't getting dumber, but, you know, if you want to go against me on games and picks, you know, I'm not going to be right all the time, but, you know, nothing about being dumb. It's just, you know, you like the Packers. You thought they were going to win, and I knew they weren't going to win. They had a great run, though. You got to give them that. They had a great run in December and did a lot more than anyone ever anticipated. And that's what they needed. They needed to get hot at the right time, and they did. And they had an opportunity to get to the playoffs. It just so happens it would have been better to play anybody but Detroit. Anybody but a former player that has motivation to beat you. And being the league leader in tutties as well, knowing that he's going to get in the end zone once or twice. So... And at least they decided to run the football, and that was the key. If they didn't run the football, the Packers would have won 100%. Because Goff's arm isn't that very good. And yeah, they have weapons, but his throwing motion and his arm strength are not very good right now. I'm not sure if he's a little bit banged up or whatnot, but doesn't have a very good zip on the football. And when you got Swift and you got Jamal, you should fucking run the football. It's all good, Matt. You won't get the Hollywood Hogan boot. I already had to do that once today. So.
Pretty much the whole place was corners. It was finally time for us to dance together. Happy 1963, everyone. For our big finale, we're going to dance to a song written in 1985.
It's all about that breakfast food, baby.
We had to dance to this song about female masturbation because we couldn't afford the time of my life.
I think you mean open parentheses, I've had, close parentheses, the time of my life.
Sure, whatever. The point is we danced great and everyone was cheering for us.
Yeah, well, that's the team that you should have least amount of hatred. I mean, obviously, number one hatred for Packers is Vikings. Number two is Bears, but it's not even a rivalry. You own them, but you have to actually have a rivalry where another team wins some of the time. So, I mean, anything the Bears fans say, it doesn't really stick because they can't beat the Packers. But, you know, that's the pecking order. I would assume that's how it typically goes. And it's kind of hard to hate on the Lions. They're kind of a likable team. They got cool jerseys. They got a cool fan base. You know, it's like hating on a team that everyone knows they're not very good, but now they're getting good. And, you know, no one wants to root, for a team that's overhyped all the time. Sometimes it's nice to root for a team that, you know, is not very good, but they are getting slowly better and better. And that's why I always root for Detroit, the Jets, and the Jags. I don't want to see bottom feeders be bottom feeders forever. So, but it's kind of hard to hate on the Lions, regardless if you're a fan in the division or a fan on the outside. They're not really a team to hate on, honestly.
Controlled. Super awesome streaming device. Who took the Fire TV?
Alexa, play Glass Onion, a Knives Out mystery on Netflix.
Once you meet with a TurboTax expert who will do your taxes for you, you're free to do not your taxes. Show your eyes things that are not taxes. Show your brain things that are not taxes. See if no taxes makes you laugh or cry. Come to TurboTax and don't.
Yes, they are, Troy.
Meet with an expert who will do them for you.
I'm gonna have to rewatch everything though, because I usually do Simpsons, Bob's Burgers, and Family Guy, and this episode obviously is almost over. So I got Simpsons, Bob's Burger, Family Guy. I got to go back and do those. But I got to take my puppy on a walk. So responsibilities, man. And it's a good way for me to clear my head and just be able to get away from everything and spend time with my pup. It's nice. It's really relaxing to be able to walk in the dark. Sometimes it's a little misty and rainy. And it's just me and Paisley. I just listen to music and just walk with her and spend time with her. And it's nice. Usually there's no one else out there besides us in the route that I walk too. It's very calming.
People of the world, I am Chef Andres, and I'm here with an important message. I'm speaking to you from downtown Tucson. As tonight gets dark, people are gonna go to their homes without.
Of course, dude, it's the best cartoon ever. You don't last, 30 plus years unless your content is great, your writers are great, your animation is great, your predictions are correct. Obviously, we know Matt Groening and a lot of these people. It's based out of Oregon, The Simpsons, Springfield, Oregon, and they got a lot of smart people in that staff. That's facts. It's my favorite cartoon. I mean, I still like Rick and Morty, but they don't have enough seasons. I like Bob's Burgers. I like King of the Hill a lot. King of the Hill. I like Bobby Hill. Obviously Bart, Bob's Burgers, Gene. It's usually like the Sons. They have the best like catchphrases and like one-liners and whatnot. But yeah, I watch Simpsons every day, 2 hours a day, every day for my mental health. Always makes me laugh. And I mean, there's 30 plus seasons with like 20 episodes per season. I mean, there's plenty of content.
I think it's probably going to be Peter, right? Sorry, Cleveland, but I remember my first love.
They're going over their first love experiences. Each one of the fellas.
Beverly Hills, Fletch Lives, Cleveland the Cube, and a hilarious new addition to the Harry
in the Henderson's franchise. Harry meets a girl, Bigfoot. Can't be it.
I mean, as long as they don't sell it to the Saudis and then they start doing some shit like the Live tournament with the golf tournament, and all of a sudden all the talent and everything gets fucked up. You know, I know Vince would rather bankrupt the company and whatnot, but I mean, I don't really know what's going to happen. I mean, I've enjoyed WWE since Vince stepped away, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I haven't turned my back on it because the content has been good, you know, but for 2 years it was garbage. So, you know, as long as, you know, AEW and WWE, you know, still put out decent content, I'm still going to keep watching. But I do want to watch that Kenny Omega versus, oh boy, an NJPW Ospreay. I heard that was like a 5-star, 6-star match. I haven't got a chance to watch it yet. So, but that's the match that I've been itching to watch. Do you have a link for that match at all? I'm not sure if it's going to be on like YouTube or anything. Obviously, and it's not like I'm going to go back and purchase NJPW pay-per-view and spend $50 on like a rerun. But I am really wanting to watch that match, though. I've seen like little snippets, but the Ospreay, Kenny Omega, I mean, those are 2 of the top 5 that are wrestling right now. That's facts. Oh, yeah.
Come join me, Peter. It's a 1980s movie, so there's lots and lots of 1940s music.
Yeah, I'll be doing Royal Rumble. I'll do a live stream for that. I mean, anytime, you know, even when WWE stinks, right? I still do the pay-per-views every month. You know, we can all come together and bitch and complain and hope that we have at least a match or two. But one thing that usually delivers every year, even if it's, you know, Vince running the company, it's Royal Rumble. You know, every year you got WrestleMania. Sometimes it sucks. SummerSlam, Survivor Series. But normally Royal Rumble is that single event every year that you know it's going to be good. I don't know if I've ever seen a bad Royal Rumble. It's always, you know, the excitement, who's coming down the aisle, who's next in the ring, you know. I mean, there's some, you know, some pay-per-views that are better than others, but Royal is definitely up there. WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series, Money in the Bank. Well, it sounds like they're trying to sell. So, but what does that mean for Stephanie's role? What does that mean for Triple H? You know, like, what does that mean for the company overall? I mean, that's like, unless Tony Khan buys it, and then, you know, they can do like some kind of streaming service, you know, if they can do that. Because I know at some point they're going to do that with AEW, but they need to be able to have a third show, and they need more wrestlers. You know what I mean? They need a better women's division, and they need more wrestlers. But
So it's okay to abandon your backpack in big city landmarks. Say something, say nothing. That's the 1990s.
I mean, it all depends on the money. Money talks. Money talks, money walks.
This is our last chance to look at Brooklyn before Lena Dunham gets there. I also followed her to You've Got Mail, where I drove her little bookstore out of business before my big bookstore went out of business. Also, I DM'd her on my 8-inch thick laptop. As always, I wrote to her as friends. Just friends. It seemed like we'd be just friends forever. But then came the movie that changed everything. The most important film of all time. In the Cut. Because naked!
It's just ever since we met, you've been my best friend, and I was always afraid of damaging that because I don't want to risk this connection.
Hey. Shut up, Meg. Excuse me, sir. Sir? Wake up, sir. Turns out I never did get pulled up into that movie screen. I had just Pee Wee Herman'd myself in the theater and fell asleep.
Comcast.
What's going on here? I'll have what she's having? And that's when my doctor said you can't drink and do Ambien. So there you go. My first love, Meg Ryan. Or maybe Melanie Griffith. You know, now that I'm thinking about it. Did you see Body Double? Good. Oh. That's a wonderful story, Peter. I'm always happy just to listen and be here for you. Norma says hi. Let's
So, how's it going? Oh, with interest rates up, I've been looking to get a better savings account, but all the options have you up in the air. Well, yes. You know, at NerdWallet, we can help you make the smartest decision by comparing rates of top high-yield savings accounts. Oh, amazing. It's the smartest way to get the most out of your savings. Well, in that case, I'll have another coffee.
Oats, almonds, regular.
Oh. Did you get it? It's because earlier she was up in the air and now she's...
Yeah, the only problem with that, with 2 hours, they have too many wrestlers. You wouldn't be able to cram everything into 2 hours. The roster is way too big. NXT is unwatchable, right? You got SmackDown and Raw, right? But, I mean, you can't do... I mean, 2 might be good for some people, but if you're into wrestling, you're going to watch all 3. You know, you might not be able to pay attention as closely as a 2-hour show, but they don't, the roster is way too big to have a 2-hour show. And that means that you just be paying people to sit on the sidelines. You got to be able to get those people on TV if you're paying the money to sell the merch and everything else. You know what I mean? The roster is way too overflowed for just a 2-hour show and a 2-hour show. Not saying that they have to do a 3-hour show on Raw and a 3-hour on SmackDown. That might be a little excessive, but NXT is trash. That is like the most unwatchable thing on planet Earth right now. I wish I could get into it, but every time I try watching, it is fucking absolutely horrible. I mean, it was good when it was the yellow rope brand, back when it was like Adam Cole Baby. That's when NXT was better than SmackDown and Raw. That's when NXT was the best. But they went from being the best to being not even watchable, in my opinion. I can't do it. I try every week to watch the show, and I can't do it. I can't get into the characters, so. No problem. I was hoping that you'd come in and say hi. Yeah, we're going to be ending the stream here probably in about 10 minutes or so. We miss you. Hope the headaches and the health get a little bit better. We just are rooting for you. You know, like I said, with everything, with work, with your health, everything will end up being on the up and up. So we love it and we miss you.
Is it okay if I tell my first love story? If it wasn't good enough to tell in one of the 88 episodes of your show, maybe it's not good enough for us. Could you guys do me a favor and laugh like I'm telling you a hilarious story? Flashback 2.
I don't see nothing shimmering.
What can the island do for you? Find out on Fantasy Island, all new tomorrow on Fox. I promise you, we're gonna find out. The kidnapper might still be in the area.
I have a description, but no ID. We're almost out of time.
We gotta dig deeper. We will get to the bottom of this.
They got a hit. It's up and get away.
Come on, let's go. Where are they? Come on! You're okay. All new Missing Persons Unit tomorrow on Fox. Your first live news and letter on Apple TV. Search Fox 12 and download the free Fox 12 app today.
Today on TNT, Kim Kardashian and daughter North, they put the shade down on Kanye West, but then they pulled the shade back up.
They posted a video going a date to Taylor Swift to Shake It Off.
There's a blood feud between Taylor Swift and Kanye West.
And then they come back with another video, but this time North is Kanye West.
The shading and the goatee is intricate.
I can do that in 5 minutes. Yeah, but Devin, you actually grow a beard. Oh, but that takes him years.
Excerpts from Prince Harry's tell-all book have come out, and it detailed this physical fight between Harry and William. He says William attacked, grabbed him by the collar, pushed him down, broke his necklace.
Another name in the James Bond sweepstakes, Aaron Taylor Johnson, but this one seems serious because he actually did a full-blown audition. So this is kind of controversial because there's been this big push to get a man of color to play Bond next.
If they pick him, will there be a big thing that he didn't pick somebody of color?
Yes, this has been such a thing. They've been talking about having a black guy do it forever.
A lot of people are talking about a woman doing it.
Now you are. Chris Hemsworth has taken part in a new challenge. How many minutes can you hold your breath underwater in total? It's not at one time. He is shredded with his six packs. I've never seen him look better.
This is a great vanity charity. People say, oh, look how good he looks, and charity gets money.
How many minutes can you hold your breath underwater?
No problem, brother.
How many minutes will you let me hold you underwater?
Take it easy, brother. Oh, good. That's good to hear.
Don't you have a mind of your own?
Apparently not, because Harry blames Prince William.
Yeah, I know Sarah's missed you. We've all missed you.
Convincing him to wear his intimate Nazi uniform to even a physical fight with his brother.
A violent physical fight, but brutality aside, let's get back to Nazi.
Because in 2005, he was going to a costume party. He was debating between wearing a pilot uniform and the Nazi garb.
I got it down to these two.
Oh, thank you, Holly. I appreciate you.
William and Kate to talk to him about which outfit he should wear.
Anything specific that you want to see? And we can go a little bit past the 4-hour mark if, you know, we want a few pictures that you want to see to kind of brighten your day as we go into Monday. I appreciate you. Nice win for the Chiefs. I ended up doing both games yesterday. Chiefs and Raiders, and the Jacksonville Jags beating the Titans and getting into the playoffs. Yeah, pretty amazing to be able to be at at a 300 number when one person donated like 315. Just my buddy that lives here in Oregon definitely was not expecting that. So you never know. You never know who's going to show up and make things better, especially with limited people in the room. My boy Louise, he's a game changer. And he's not even like a rich guy either. You know, so that's really what makes it like so crazy to me that, you know, it's like if you make a good impression on someone when you used to work with someone years ago and they respect you and you respect them, you never know when you're going to get rewarded with something. And yeah, I definitely was not expecting him going all ham today, but we need it. You know, like sometimes things are a little tight and you never know who's going to show up or what's going to happen. And shout out to Louise, shout out to Holly. Let me get some photos up here for you. Do some of your favorites here. Let me delete some of these food photos. We'll get you a little Tommy, a little Corgi, a little Penguin, and anything else that you want to see before we go. If you got anything specific you want to see on top of that, just let me know.
Is she about to run for office? Sounds like it. She's trying to make a difference. She's trying to like lower the prices for us, but she's not able to do that. Nor is anyone right now.
We're currently needing a speaker in the House right now, and I think we should nominate Cardi B.
She needs to be elected first.
No.
I can't believe people actually sit here and watch TMZ. What a waste of time. My God, making me go brain dead. All right, well, we got to go to Guardians of the Galaxy or Indiana Jones. Ooh, Indiana Jones, Last Crusade, 1989. Let's do that. How your cats been? How's everyone doing at the home in the Winchell household? Everything okay? You know, Paisley is always being a delight. Sometimes kind of a little crazy, but Luis, Louise. Yeah, he's actually a guy when I used to work on the phones. We worked together at a couple different places, and he's bilingual. And, you know, we worked with some shady characters, but we always were kind of true to ourselves. We never were really the number one rep, you know, in the company because we had morals and, you know, we weren't going to lie. But when you have to, you know, sell to people like business owners in like Boston and New York, they're some of the rudest people on planet Earth. So you got to be able to talk fast, be witty. They have to like you. And like I said, it's not always easy, you know, doing phone sales. And me and Louise have done it for a long time. We haven't worked together in a few years. It's been maybe 2 or 3 years since we've actually worked together, but we worked together for a couple years. And every once in a while he'll pop in and say hello. And lately he's been, you know, kind of dropping the hammer and helping us out, which is awesome just because, you know, like I said, with all the heavy hitters, some of us have obstacles right now. And I'm always going to continue to grind. But we just need to make sure that everyone is okay. I'll be okay. I'll keep grinding it out. And then other people can step up. But we just want to make sure people like Holly, Nate the Great, and a lot of others that are kind of going through some things that, we can get hopefully better. Prayers up for Nate the Great, still in the hospital. I talked to him here and there. It doesn't sound very good. Cancer, stage 4. I don't know how much time we have left with him, but I'm going to try to make the most of it while he's here. It's just sad. Guy's like 31 years old. He's not even that old, and it kind of just sprung all at once. Maybe if there was an early indication of maybe going to the doctors earlier for a checkup, maybe this could have been slightly prevented or delayed. But life is so short. You know what I mean? You got to make sure that you're, checking up on people, taking care of people, being selfless, and any little thing. If you follow him on Twitter, or if he follows you, give him a hello. I know he's in the hospital bed. He's in pain. Things are not looking good, but I know it'll give him a little bit of a smile just knowing that people care about him. And I have continued to reach out to him very often in this tough, trying time. So. Yeah, Louise did 315. Started off with a 50, then 100, then some 20s and some 10s. He pretty much did a dono train by himself in like a 45-minute period. So that's very special of him to do that. So he's being a bully, huh? But I appreciate you. Let me get you some of your favorites here. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. We love you. We appreciate you very much.
There's no halfway with this. We finish what we started.
What's up, Peloton? It's your girl, Ali Love. Welcome. We're going to have a good time today. Why do dry January when you can do sweaty January? Save up to $500 on Peloton Bike Plus or Trek packages. Get everything you need to.
Yeah, well, he did here on the channel. It wasn't just like a personal thing that he just privately told me, but he was pretty open on the channel, that he was going to be going to the hospital and this is what's going on. So I think at this point, it would just make him smile to hear from anyone that is friends with him on Twitter. And I don't think there's a lot of people that communicate with him. And I know that he doesn't have his mom alive. His mom passed away when he was a little boy. So, and I don't know about his situation with a dad or stepdad. So I know this is probably a very real, scary time for him. And I wish I wish if he was closer, I would actually go and to visit him. I'm in Oregon. He's in Arizona. But if he was like in Washington or somewhere in Oregon, I definitely would, be in the hospital with him and visit. But, being a couple states over, it makes it a little bit more difficult. So. It's not not really an easy thing to say, when the situation isn't looking that great. But you can always send him gifts and memes of Denver Broncos. That's usually what I do to try to cheer him up. Sometimes I won't even, necessarily have to say something. I mean, what do you say to someone that's going through something like that? I mean, there's not a lot of things that can really be said, but if I can send him little gifts and memes of, John Elway, Shannon Sharp, Steve Atwater, anything that I can find, through like Twitter or like Instagram that I can send him, I know that'll at least put a smile to his face. So.
Look at my wieners now.
I brought in a Pure Max protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Pure Max protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients for your health. Give every morning a fresh start with a Jimmy Dean.
Anything specifically you want to see before we go here in like 5 or 10 minutes? Anything that you have a special request for? I got some penguins here lined up. I got some Tommy lined up. If there's anything above and beyond that you want to see, just let me know. And I got you. Feels like forever since we've seen you or heard from you. I mean, obviously I'll reach out to you privately and we'll talk. I usually try to reach out to a lot of the, the goats and the wrench gang just to check up on people. If I don't hear from them for a couple days, I know how things can get tough. Yeah, but we're a fam here. We're a team here, so we always want to make sure that things are on the up and up, and if they're not, that we can at least provide some a little bit of influence of positivity if we can. So. Yeah, well, I would say nothing maybe current, but old stuff. The old Broncos stuff, that's what he'd like, the old players, the John Elways, the Terrell Davises, the Steve Atwaters, like back when Denver was good. Peyton Manning, when they won the Super Bowl, but anything from like the 80s, 90s, or, the Peyton Manning era, that's probably as far back as, as current that I would go. Because obviously stuff currently going on right now is not ideal, I think, for any Bronco fan. So. Yeah, if you need anything, let me know. Always don't hesitate to reach out to me and Sarah Holly if things get a little tough. Obviously, with the vision, you'd have to be able to be able to see us on the phone or the computer to be able to reach out. I totally get that, but hopefully things get a little bit better. And like I said, we're rooting for you. And if there's anything that we can do to help, I'm always available to try to do whatever I can, even if I'm in a different state. I will always try to do what I can do. But I hope things, get better as quickly as possible for you. Yes. I like his little Conor McGregor that he did when he ended up having that great punt. Yeah, well, the announcers first said Pat McAfee, but obviously McGregor was the first one to do the celebration. And then obviously McAfee has done it as well, when he was, kind of playing and obviously on his show. So I'm not really sure who he was impersonating specifically, but one of the two. Oh my, Space Kitty, a Space Kitty Fitty for the Space Kitty. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Fitty for the Space Kitty. Bang, 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 bang. $50 dono. Bang, bang, bang. A 50 for the Space Kitty. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang, bang. Appreciate you. Thank you. I know things are a little bit trying, and like I said, you're a strong woman. You're going to go through the ups and downs, but we definitely have your back. Like I said, anyone that has put in the time and effort to get to know some people like me and Sarah here. Obviously, anytime things get a little trying or tough, we can always be your backbone and be there and extra support if you need it. You may not need it, but just knowing that you have it, if it's it's always going to be there in the background. You may not need it or as a resource, but just knowing that people are there and care about you definitely it makes you feel a little bit better, moving forward. At least I know it does for me. The Ring Around the Rosie playing where they went in the circle. I mean, like I said, they are the most creative play callers, in the league. And like I said, I don't know if there's anyone better at calling plays and being innovative rather than these two guys. And so anything that I see, I mean, I'm always going to see something that I'm not going to see anywhere else in high school, college, or the NFL. It is a copycat league. But even with that being said, the Ring Around the Rosie, I don't know if anyone has the balls to do a play like that, let alone execute it to perfection. And like I said, yeah, the O-line still is kind of a work in progress. The D-line needs to be better. Secondary needs to be better. But with that being said, it's not like the Bills' defense is elite. The Bengals' defense, you just got to make sure you don't get down early if you play to them, because the play calling always gets a little wishy-washy when you guys get down by 10. When you play the Bills, you still kind of play the same way. But when you guys play the Bengals and get down by 10, you start to get a little flustered, and then you don't really stick to your guns. You maybe avoid the run a little bit, and then it's harder to come back. So hopefully they've learned that in the past 3 losses, that if you do play Cincinnati in the AFC Championship game or sooner, that you can still do those magical play calls, but you also got to be able to stick to your guns and, run the ball with Pacheco, run it with Jerick McKinnon, give Jerick McKinnon opportunities, because the bottom line, they're going to be targeting Kelsey a lot, right? And then normally after Kelsey, it goes Juju. But really the main piece to me that really changes the game, if you end up watching, the Chiefs in the last, I would say, month or so, there's one single player that has come up big week in and week out, that is even a bigger factor than Juju, right behind Travis Kelce, and sometimes even more valuable than a Travis Kelce from game in, game out perspective. And it's Jerick McKinnon. I mean, it's very clear that you can use him in the running game, but you can also use him in the passing game. So hopefully they realize that this could be the difference, with Jerick McKinnon. And if you use him effectively, that could be the difference between beating the Bills and losing to the Bills, beating the Bengals, losing to the Bengals. And I think it's very clear that you need to keep using him as a weapon. And I know there's other guys that are on the team, but no one else is putting up big numbers game in and game out with limited touches than Jerick McKinnon. So I think that's big facts. So Space Kitty with a 50. We appreciate you. We love you. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, but sometimes that's the time you need it, because a lot of times when we're good mentally, we're good. We're good mentally, physically. We don't need help. But like I said, usually if I don't hear from you in the stream or I don't hear from you, I'm always going to check up on you, and that's how you know when people really care. You know what I mean? It's like when it's not even a stream, it's just just checking up of the well-being of friends. And I think you'll have other people in your life that may not care as much. And we already know, some people are fugazi and fake. Some put on a face, and some are genuine and real. And I think you really can tell, words are words. Actions speak louder than words. We know that. But it also, you can tell how people care based on what they say and what they do and if they follow through. And you can feel it. And sometimes when things do get tough, it's hard to ask for help. But also, too, some people don't have help at all. So if you have resources, even if it's difficult, and plus you already know you're not going to be judged at all by me or Sarah, or if there's anyone else that's worthy enough to listen to an issue, or if anything that we can do on our end to help. There's certain people that have already created a very special bond with me on this channel. And, it started off as fans, then turned into friends. But a lot of us, it's closer to being like, maybe not blood family, but an outside family, even if we don't live in the same state. So. You did, because you're smart. Yeah, and the thing is both guys are small. You got one running back that's like kind of undersized, like Tyreek with Pacheco, right? And then obviously we saw Ronald Jones get some looks. Hopefully we get Clyde Edwards-Helaire at some point, because I know he's been hurt and banged up and he's fallen back on the depth chart and he's not healthy. But hopefully we get to see him at some point. But Jerick McKinnon is one of those guys. He's built a little bit bigger. He's a little bit more stout. He runs more like a power back, even though he's undersized, but he's a great receiver. And so, yeah, you got all these other options, Noah Gray, Justin Watson. But if you're talking about guys that can get the end zone and make big, impactful plays, Jerick McKinnon has been the silent MVP to me in the last month and a half. They're never going to really give him the credit, I don't think. But I think the Chiefs fans and us fans that are watching the Chiefs play, you can see how impactful Jerick has been for the roster. And that could be the difference in between beating the Bills and the Bengals, Jerick McKinnon. So hopefully that ends up happening for you guys. I'd love to see you guys in the Super Bowl. And like I said, if the Bengals make it, obviously that would be a great story, because then it would show that Joe Burrow might be Joe Montana. He might not win. Let's say the Bengals go to the Super Bowl and lose again to the Eagles. I don't think anyone's going to think that they're never going to get back there again. It's really just starting to show how good Joe Burrow really is and that roster really is. So there's 3 legit teams, right? You got the Bills, the Chiefs, the Bengals, and then you got the Eagles and Niners, and that's it. There's only 5 championship caliber teams in the NFL right now. I can't put Dallas in that category. Now, if they had Sean Payton with Dan Quinn, of course, I'm putting Dallas as the number 6 team. But they got McCarthy, they got Kellen Moore. I don't believe in those guys, so I can't really put them in that category, at least not yet. You beat Tampa, and then you win another game, then maybe we can start talking. So. Not a lot of people like to ask for help. You know what I mean? But just to know that someone's checking up on you, that they have no reason to do it, but that, they care. And that shit means a lot. I don't really get a lot of people checking up on me. It's not their role. I'm more of a, more empathy, sympathy. I think you and me, Holly, are very similar. Just like some of you guys in the room, a lot of us have that empathy and sympathy. I'm always putting people ahead of myself. I'm always trying to make other people happy other than myself. But sometimes we get fucking burnt out. Sometimes, we need, like just a little pick me up or, a nice kind word in a message. And sometimes a little message goes a long way. So that's big facts. We appreciate you. Friends are the family you choose. Yeah. That's true, though. You know what I mean? Not everyone is worth your time either. There's a lot of people that act like, they're your friend, but it's frenemies or they're wanting something. I got a lot. It's a funny story. I had 515 people on my Facebook, right? And I deleted 300 just to see if anyone would even notice or message me. And obviously, if you really, are my friend, maybe you'll be upset that I, excluded you. But it's like, the thing is, it's like my timeline was getting jammed up too much with 515 people. I was just getting sick and tired of it. So I just kind of, whittled it down and I eliminated 300. And those 300 people, I wouldn't consider them not my friends, but I just don't want to see their shit on Facebook. Like I still, have them on Instagram or Twitter or, Snapchat, even though I'm not really on there, you know what I mean? But it's just, sometimes you got to filter stuff out. And I had one person message me to, request a friend, a ship again. And I did. And then I had another person message me and try to give me kind of a guilt trip that I deleted them as a friend. But I was like, listen, this is the real deal. I deleted 300 people because I didn't want them on my timeline. And I said, listen, we're still friends. You know what I mean? If you want me to give you a request and you want to accept it, that's fine. But I still have you on Snapchat. I still have you on Instagram. If I really ghosted you and we're not friends anymore, I would have eliminated you from every social media platform. And then that answered his question right there. And then there was no more guilt trip. And then we ended up being friends again on Facebook. But I just didn't want to have my timeline flooded because a lot of the people, they're not my friends. They're acquaintances or, people that are spying on me. And at some point it's just, you need to filter shit out. So that is big facts. I appreciate you, Holly, with a tenor. Bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, bang. Thank you so much. We got Chief with a dono too, as well. Said he tried doing it on the Super Chat, and then Super Chat was being a dumb dog. So he decided to do it on here. So I appreciate you guys. Chief with a 15. So gracious. Thank you so much. Yeah, and that Ancient Alien episode is about hotspots. Chief, you're going to love it, man. It's a really good episode. I would say out of a lot of the episodes I watched this last season, it's a pretty damn good one. Talking about, stuff that's underground in the water. Everyone thinks it's, up in the skies, portals, all kinds of crazy stuff, man. Skinwalker Ranch, hotspots across the country. Very interesting stuff. Chief with a 15er. Appreciate you very, very much. Holly with a 10er. Appreciate you very, very much. Space Kitty with a 50. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate you, Chief. Well, Chief. You guys are too good to me. I appreciate you. Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Bang, bang. Yeah, and it just, you never know who's going to come up and step up. Like I said, Cyberpunk came in yesterday, and I wasn't expecting him at all. And he dropped 100 on the first stream for the Chiefs. And if he didn't do that, we probably would have been at 10 or $15. Then he did 100 for the second stream. And if he wouldn't have done that, we would have been at $5 or $10. So, you never know. Sometimes it's always going to be a different person showing love and support. And then obviously Louise today, I was not expecting Louise to even show up, let alone donate 300 plus by himself. That's out of this world to me. And then we got great support from Holly, Chief. And look at that. I mean, you never know where you're going to get the support, especially it means so much to me because I don't have a lot of people in the room. You know what I mean? I'm not like all the other channels. Everyone else has got 50 to 100 or more in the room. I don't have that luxury. So anyone that does anything for me, it really does almost make me tear up and cry because I work so hard at this and I'm just trying to, get my time to be able to grow. But, sometimes it's nice to have kind of an intimate stream with each person instead of having 70 people in the room and we can't really talk to each other, or higher than that, where we can have 20 or less and we can have a vibe. And my day will come, but I do appreciate kind of having the more intimate experience with less people. So that way I can actually individually talk to every person, not see a bunch of comments and have to try to filter out who's talking and being able to communicate with those people privately. So I appreciate you guys. Yeah, and me too. It's been a little bit of a struggle, but I feel that if you surround yourself around good people, even when things look low, sometimes hopping in a stream and hanging out with the goats together, 30 minutes of looking at some pictures, talking about food or our favorite football players can really make things get better, and you transition into Monday and the week. I know it does for me. So I know if it helps me, I know it helps some of y'all as well. It's really needed. And a lot of times I need to get that exercise. I need to spend time with Paisley. I've been going on late night walks with her, and it's just being me and her. Sometimes it's a little drizzle and it's a little rainy. I just got my earbuds in, listen to a little E40, Be Legit, Too Short, Snoop, whatever I listen to, go out there and we just have our alone time, and I'm just alone with my own thoughts. And it's really important. I saw, Holly, that you've been trying to work out, and I know things that, it's one of those things, working out and staying disciplined is the hardest thing to do in life. It's like, who wants to go and walk in shitty weather, or when you don't feel good and you push yourself to do something? It's one of those things that's the thought of doing something is the biggest hurdle. Once you get past the thought, you put your shoes on, you put your hoodie on, you put on the dog collar, boom, you got the leash, and then you're out the door, and then you're good. But it's just that, it's like, it's the idea of doing something. Oh, I got to go work out. This sucks. But then once you're already at the gym or outside, then it's easy breezy, cover girl. You're already out there. You're doing it. But just the thought of doing something, that's where the biggest hurdle comes. Because a lot of times we think about it and we say, nah, I'd rather just eat chips. I'd rather just play video games. I'd rather just browse on social media. But if you can push yourself, especially if mental health is a big thing, getting outside and getting that fresh air and getting an hour walk in every day, you'd be really surprised on what that'll do for you, even if the weather is shitty. I'm used to shitty weather out here in Oregon, but I'll tell you, with my mental health and anxiety and all the shit that I've gone through, good times, bad times, and being, struggling with my own self, if you end up doing that, it really does make a difference. The days that I walk compared to the days that I don't, I feel like a human being or a robot. I just don't feel right. Yeah. So, I mean, that's just kind of my 2 cents. And also communicating with people that care. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of people, you can talk about your problems and what's going on. It goes in one ear, out the other, and they don't care. They're just your drinking buddy. That's a person you smoke weed with or whatever. They don't care. But then you got people that really are genuine, caring people, and those are the people that you want to open up to. Sometimes it's hard to be able to find that balance because you think people care, but not everyone cares in the same way. So that's big facts. We're all going to be here for each other, and a lot of us go through a lot of those tough things. And like I said, I feel I haven't been in the gutter mentally, but certain days, maybe it's just the weather and, being gloomy and rainy, but sometimes you really got to fight it. You're fighting a battle with yourself. You know what I mean? But if you know what makes you happy, Simpsons, King of the Hill, maybe getting, some pad thai, rewarding yourself, going for a walk, spending time with cats and dogs, you make sure you're doing certain things, listening to music, communicating with friends. Don't shut yourself out. It really can go a long way. And I'm speaking from real life experiences. I mean, I've been very, very sad and in the gutter, and I don't feel I'm that way anymore, but I do have my moments from time to time. So yeah, but the thing is, you've gone through a lot of things. It's one thing if you're 100% healthy and you don't have any stresses at work or at your job or with your pets, and you're just, you're going through the motions, and then you decide not to do things. But when you've gone through some legitimate things, yeah, there's a reason why things haven't panned out as much, but you got not an excuse. It's actually a legitimate reason. You got to make sure you're healthy first before you can start doing those things. And then having the family, COVID, and a lot of these stressors that you've had, you have no excuse because it's not an excuse. You know what I mean? You have legitimate reasons why things haven't been up to speed, but you already know, right? Tommy Townsend, game used cleats, right? Harrison Butker, meeting him, gym time, missing out on opportunities. But honestly, it's not your fault. You haven't really been fully right. And if you were fully right, chances are you would have been at those events. You know what I mean? So, oh yeah, definitely got to get over that. You know what I mean? Because like I said, you got to just not care about what people think. I mean, I know it's a tough thing to say, and some people are a little bit more self-conscious, and, they want everyone to like them, and, but you have to get to a point as we get older, it really is going to be about yourself and you, and just caring about what matters to you. Are these people going to have your back? the people that think that might be judging you for not being at the gym, fuck that. It's all about you. They don't know your story unless you tell them. It's none of their business. You know what I mean? People go through certain things, and if they're worthy to hear what you have to say, then you're going to tell them. But a lot of people aren't worthy. So you just got to get over that and just put in the effort. And like I said, putting in effort and holding yourself accountable. It's the hardest thing to do in life, because a lot of us, we make bad decisions. We're like, okay, would we rather do this or do this? Would I rather work out or drink a fucking 6-pack of beer, and watch TV? I mean, a lot of people are going to go towards a 6-pack of beer or wine and do the TV thing. But I'll tell you what, after you drink the 6-pack of beer and watch the TV and you wake up the next morning, you might not be feeling that great. But if you go and sacrifice, go for a walk, you're definitely going to feel a hell of a lot better and probably sleep a lot better, later on in that night as well. So, and I know you can do it. You're going to be able to pull through for sure. Yeah, it's a small group, but it's a very powerful group. It's like a VIP lounge. I feel like even when we have 20 people or less, I feel we have more quality people in the stream than some people that have hundreds in the room. Because you might have little kids, you might have trolls, people that don't give a shit about you or the channel. They're just there because you're popular, or whatever the case may be, right? But we definitely have something very special here. And, like I said, that we have to make sure we use that to our advantage as well. Bang, bang, boom, boom, bang, bang. Appreciate you, Jameson Meza. $5 holla. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. I couldn't have said it better myself right there. Great message for Jameson Meza there. Appreciate you very, very much. Yeah. And like I said, like my girlfriend and other people, sometimes people, it's either you grind or you don't. You know what I mean? Either you do it or you don't. And like, I barely have missed a day knowing that sometimes you got to put something in front of you that's more important than yourself. And for me, it's Paisley. So even if I feel that I don't want to walk in the rain or walk for an hour because I just don't feel like it, right? But I do it because I know she needs it. And ultimately, I know I need it. And if I don't walk her, no one's walking her in this house. It's just not going to get done. So I need to make sure that she stays healthy and she doesn't get, overweight with all the treats and shit that I give her. So it's like, I know I have to do this, not only for me being a good dog dad, but I need to do it for myself and I need to do it for her. So sometimes you got to be able to find that motivation of something that you love more than yourself. And if you can find that, then you start to find your way and find your path. And that's what it's really been for me. I mean, I put Paisley as my number one. That's my number one. And anytime I feel like, I'm not really feeling this today, feel like shit, I'm not, but then I look at her, she gives me a couple nice kisses. And I'm like, you know what? I just got to get over this. I got to get over myself and the insecurities and the laziness. And I don't even consider myself lazy, but you just sometimes have to push. But if you push, I promise you'll feel so much better, when you get home, you know what I mean? And later on that night, the next day, I did it. You know what I mean? Even though most people wouldn't have done it, I did it. And you can feel really good about it. And that's why I've been consistently walking almost every day. I can't even tell you. I mean, I think I've only missed a day or two of walking based off bad weather, like pouring down rain. But I even try to find that 1 hour break in the weather. So that way, sometimes that, even if it's a little wet, that we can get out there. And Paisley doesn't mind the rain as long as it's not pouring out there. So. Exactly. You know what I mean? And once you start learning, about yourself, what makes you tick, what motivates you, you just sometimes need to start figuring things out. It's like, I started watching the Alaska programs and, Swamp People, Life Below Zero. And I really put the connection together. The reason why I love those channels and I love those shows, the reason why I finally had like a breakthrough, the reason why I love those shows, it's not about how just the people talk to each other, but I respect people that work hard. And if you're a hard worker, on whatever you do, you got dreams, you got goals, you work hard in anything you do, I'm going to respect you and I'm going to have a connection to you. You know what I mean? The people that are lazy, I don't know what that is. I can't respect you or get along with people that are necessarily lazy. I don't like those people in my life. And everyone can be lazy at times. But when I watch people like, Sue on Life Below Zero, when you have to be self-sufficient and get your own food and your own firewood, and these guys are grinding 12, 13, 14 hours a day. And if they're not doing that, they die. They don't survive. They need to be able to do these things to survive. And I really respect that. So I think that's really the the breakthrough that I had. Anytime I end up watching a show that's not necessarily a cartoon, it's because I really respect hard work. And if you are a hard worker, I'm going to respect the hell out of you and I'm going to like you. You know what I mean? Because I feel that I'm a hard worker as well. And that's what I'm drawn to. That's what I'm attracted to. And so sometimes you just need to have a better circle. If your circle doesn't motivate you, you're in the wrong circle. They're holding you back. And that's why I had to eliminate like 300 people from my Facebook, because these people don't motivate me. They're not my friends. You know, they're spying on me, hoping that I fail, you know, never liking any of my videos, not caring on anything I do. You know what I mean? At some point, you know, you got to cut your ties, cut your losses. You know what I mean? You got to be able to understand who really is there for you and who's a friend of me or a fake friend or someone that wants something from you. And everyone has friends like that. Hey, let's hang out. And then you hang out with this person and all they do is drink all your beer and all your wine. And then all of a sudden the next day, you know, next weekend, you're short on cash. Hey, let's get together. And then you want to be able to get, you know, rewarded, you know, back for what you did. And all of a sudden you call that person and what do you hear? Crickets. No one picks up, leave a message. You know what I mean? So you can really decide on, you know, who your friends are and what, you know, who's important to you. And I'll show you who's important to you, huh, Paisley? Missed you. Did you miss Dad? Did you miss Daddy? That might be my cue. Maybe she misses you guys too. You know, she, like I said, she sometimes will come through, and sometimes she's, you know, doing her own thing, and that might be the sign. But luckily, she came in here so you guys could see her too. She's definitely getting big. So even though, you know, I grind and grind and grind, you know, sometimes you just got to push. So I think I'm gonna go try to take her for an hour walk. I got to go look outside. I mean, it's 9:45 right now, so it's already kind of getting later, but. I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. I promise to get more pictures for Holly, Chief Will Chief, and everyone that donated here at the end. I usually don't like leaving, but I mean, we were going to end it around the 4-hour mark, and look at that, just by hanging out, talking a little bit. Now we're already at the 4-hour and 35-minute mark. So thank you guys so much for your generosity. If anyone needs help, you know where to reach me. Yes, absolutely. She's the sweetest dog on planet Earth. I mean, she's the best. Absolutely. But I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. I will be doing a stream tomorrow for the Natty, TCU versus Georgia. Even though I don't show any video, they decided to block my video altogether for the Orange Bowl that got like 7,400 views. And then I ended up doing the Georgia-Ohio State game that got like 2,400, and they blocked them both. Just based off audio, which is ridiculous. But I'm still going to do the stream tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. We don't know if TCU will win, but we're definitely going to be rooting for the underdog. And again, Paisley will be chilling with me as well, and we'll have a good time. And then we'll get back to doing, you know, streams throughout the week. Thank you guys so much. I love you and appreciate you. Here, really quick, let me go a couple more because I feel like I just can't just dip. Let me get a Jamal Charles here real quick for Chief Will Chief, because at least I got to make sure that I feel good about this, and let me give a couple Tommies and then we'll call it a day. So I got to go, but I got to take care of you guys too. So one sec here. Only takes a couple moments to be able to go through, and you want to make sure that you show the proper love and the proper appreciation. And, you know, I just, you know, if you're going to be able to show love and donate, and I got to make sure I get one for Jameson here as well. Little Jamal Charles. We got to give a little love for, let's go a little Derrick Henry, and then we'll get one for Holly, and then we'll be good to go. You guys mean everything to me, and I appreciate you tremendously. Nice Jamal Charles, handsome fella. Beautiful Derrick Henry with the cotton candy smoke. Love this. One of my favorite graphics. And then let's try to get Tommy in here. And I think at that point I can feel a little bit better. I don't like to dip out, especially when I feel I got more pictures. And now some people don't even care about the pictures, but it's just nice, for me to be able to do something a little above and beyond for you guys. I appreciate you guys tremendously. No problem. I love you guys and appreciate you guys very, very much. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I got you. You know what I mean? I really do appreciate every single one of y'all and everything that you bring. With limited people in the room, there's no way I can do this full time with less than 20 people in the room unless I have people that really care about me, love me, that really want to see me win. And that will never go unnoticed. That will never go unsaid. You guys are a huge part of my success at this point, and you will be a big part of the success moving forward as well. You guys are the best. I love you, and I appreciate you. And we can get here. Obviously, I'll eliminate this because this will be here. And then let's take the banner down. And I think I'm going to use the Jamal Williams. Do I still have the Jamal Williams? Yes, let's use this. Let's use the Jamal Williams to go there. Put the NWSF logo. All right. Well, I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. I'll be back live tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Shout out to Chief Will Chief, Sarah, Holly Hundo, Jameson, everyone in the room. I love you and appreciate you. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics. I love you guys. Appreciate you. And I'm out. Gang.